Just a little Muppet wildly flailing its lower jaw and upper head about.
Actually, I have an idea of something I could use. I just don't currently know how to do it. I'd have to actually take some time to figure it out, uh, which I would do off stream.
Yeah. And if you need help with that, ask me and I can tell you I don't know, but I can try and figure something out.
Yes. Let's see. Oh yeah, I
You were running around the bridge
was.
talking to people.
Yes.
I think you
So
spoke to
I should
Argenta and Heinrich Montag and the Master Helmsman.
go ahead and use
And
my powers of invisibility so people will be able to see the dialogue stuff.
aha, engage ghost mode.
Yes. Definitely no heresy involved.
It's just thermoptic camo. It's not actual heresy.
It's definitely technology, not magic.
Did you speak to Voxmaster Victus? I think you did.
I spoke to Raymore.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I speak to Argenta.
Greetings.
Yes.
And over on the other side, Heinrich
I
Montag.
think Argenta was the last one I spoke to.
Possibly. Yeah, did not speak to this person.
The Infernus Master nonchalantly lights a glow stick from a thermal
That is an L. Yeah.
from a thermal cutter and spreads his arm in a welcoming gesture.
Lit a cigar with his blowtorch.
Right. Heinrich Montag, at your service. He smells of cinders and low, a common form of recreational stimulant that consists of rolled paper stuffed with a plant-derived substance. When lit, the substance emits smoke that is inhaled through the tube. So it's a cigarette.
Cigar.
I don't know. He doesn't look classy enough for a cigar. Although he looks...
That's actually a cigar.
True, and he looks like the type who wants you to think he's actually classy enough for it.
Not just classy. He can afford a cigarette, so he can afford a cigar. He smokes a cigar.
Okay, maybe he's the type who doesn't care if you think he's classy enough.
Actually, he might be smoking one of his dreads. I can't tell from this picture.
It's true. His face is sooty, and his belt is laden with a number of heavy tools. You would have taken him for a laborer if it weren't for the greasy and ragged officer's uniform. Okay, so he is classy enough for a cigar. He just wants you to think he's not.
Yeah.
And then smoke it anyway.
Yeah. I can't help but just be bewildered by how you're associating cigars with class when you can buy cigars at a fucking 7-Eleven.
Oh no, well, you have to keep in mind that we have a culture and economy designed to make you feel like you are far higher class than you would have been in a time when class mattered in that way.
Yeah.
Or rather, when class represented in that way. I don't know if it ever really mattered in the way that they thought it did. Because we do still associate, like culturally associate cigars with class.
It's a little very context dependent.
Well, with class or the appearance of class is more accurate. Because it's just all part of the same, bourgeoisie nonsense. How did you come to be in the service of the von Valancius dynasty? Not in the usual way. My ancestors wronged yours and were appointed inferni as a result. Hard labor, deadly risks, plenty of opportunities to atone. Those criminals have been dead for generations, but we are still serving their time. Maybe we will find redemption one day. Probably not. Not in this universe. Tell me more about the Infernus Guild. What interests you the most? Our duty, our state-of-the-art equipment, or our vibrant traditions? How is the guild organized? The Infernus service is split into different brigades according to duties. The heart of the guild are, of course, our liquidators. Tough guys with nerves of steel who put out fires and pull people from pull people from the flames. Words are not easy. Others are repairmen dealing with problems like jammed doors, fuel leaks, or broken vents. And then there's the walking inspectors who check the decks to make sure that nothing is blocking any passages or access to communication lines. So they're firemen.
Firemen and general patrol and all that.
Firemen with some engineering expertise.
Yeah.
And definitely not volunteer.
Nope.
State-of-the-art equipment. That sounds interesting. Infernus Master smiles guiltily. That was a bit of a stretch. I'm sorry. There is no state-of-the-art equipment. The risks of running it in a fire are too great. We get by using human resources and the most common items available. Respirators, fire extinguishers, and flame-retardant uniforms. Let's face it, the lives of the Inferni are not worth much. It's more important that we save the machines and minimize damage to the ship. Sorry, had to sneeze. Must be the smoke from his cigar or dread, whichever. Is state-of-the-art equipment even really a reasonable concept in Warhammer 40k where innovation is...
I mean, yeah. Here's the thing, like, even more so because you could have the most advanced cogitator on in a whole sector, but where in modern days, if you have a really advanced computer, you could theoretically build another. In Warhammer, you probably can't.
And
so
the whole risk of ruining it
is even more.
Yeah, the risk of ruining it thing actually matters here because they can't easily replace it.
Yeah, their repairs are compared to the tech very basic. So yeah, the Inferni being like no, the machines and minimizing damage to the ship is worth their life. Yeah.
But state-of-the-art has a different meaning for them than it would for us because what we would consider, or what they would consider state-of-the-art equipment is probably an antique by our standards.
Yeah. Like, this is my great-grandfather's fire retardant fucking helmet or whatever.
Yeah. What traditions? We have plenty of those, like the reminders. Heinrich rolls up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo inscribed over an old burn mark. When you survive a particularly hopeless accident, you get a tattoo on your scar. You can always tell an experienced Infernus by their ink. It's like a badge of honor of sorts. And getting tattoos on scars is not easy.
The hardest thing he's done, though.
Though I think it's more trouble for the tattoo artist than for the person getting the tattoo, as far as the actual activity goes. Granted, getting the scar is probably more problematic for the person getting the tattoo, but you don't generally get the scar in order to get the tattoo. Tell me how you get your reminders. He points to a tattoo on his right forearm. This one is from the time plasma leaked from the outer aft circuit. Imagine yourself clinging to the hull outside, thermal cutter in one hand and a magnetic clamp in the other, as your flames burst from the breach, the kind that can incinerate you in a second. All that separates you from death is a flimsy rope and a void suit more ancient than Holy Terra. That would be Earth.
Yeah.
And yet the price I paid was nothing compared to my comrades. He slowly moves the augmented fingers of his right hand. Mechanical or
You can see
electronic
that.
substitute for biological limbs or organisms.
Yeah, you can see that in his portrait as well.
Ah, yeah.
He lost part of his right hand and forearm.
Also, if that void suit is more ancient than Earth, that sounds like Xenos tech.
Well, they mean more ancient than Holy Terra being known as Holy Terra.
I get it.
Maybe imagination. Yeah.
And also in this setting, someone might actually would respond that way.
Possibly.
As for this one, the look he directs at his left hand is full of bitterness. I got this one in the ammo depot where my wife, Elsinora, died. There was a fire and the flames were getting close to the ammunition. And I don't mean autogun rounds. These were macro cannon shells. A type of void ship weapon generally mounted on the sides or the dorsal section. When fired, macro cannons launch several salvos against the same target. We put out the fire as best we could, but we were losing. Suddenly, Elsie took my hand, kissed me, and then ran straight into the blaze and activated the emergency blast door. We stayed outside while she vented the compartment. Heinrich gives a tender smile, gazing at the smoke. It was quite a story. I'm trying to think if my character would actually respond that way.
Mine would.
I mean, I guess she's a noble. She's not necessarily completely heartless.
Besides, you don't have to be non-heartless. You just have to be good at faking it.
True. And she's from a hive world, so she's actually had to interact with people, and she's good at interacting with people. I am sorry for your loss, Heinrich. He nods gratefully and takes another puff. I have learned all I need. What shall we talk about? I can now go, remind me who you are.
Yes. Good to hear all about you. Who are you again?
This is enough for now, Heinrich. Never let your fire go out, Lord Captain. I mean, no. Heinrich hurriedly waves his hands. That's just a stupid little guild in joke. Seriously, if you see an infernus next to a naked flame, run.
Yep.
Okay. Wait, but he had a... What about his blowtorch? Does that count? And his cigar?
Don't ask too many questions. Nothing down there. Next up is Abelard.
Wait, did I talk to Vigdis?
Yep.
Have the Vox Spirits brought you anything interesting lately?
Nope.
Nope. Abelard.
Lord Captain?
Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he is inspecting you for shortcomings. Then he offers a courteous nod. You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
That's just an excuse to not have to try and make a program that can pronounce whatever name we put
Yep. And a good one.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force, one who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the expanse.
Do I call him out?
What would your character do?
I mean, she certainly likes gossip, but leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
I'm a little confused how that followed the previous. Like, I just stared at him until he told me that he was considered argumentative.
You felt like he had to just divulge more.
I guess the idea is up here he's kind of dancing around it a little. Well, I mean, because he's not even mentioning it at all, but it's like he's dancing around exactly why he was allowed. Just as well, she's influential. And then I just stare at him like, okay, there's more to it than that. And then he says this. That I'm thinking that's what it's supposed to be.
I maybe speak my mind a little too freely, and they want me gone.
Yeah. Like, on the one hand, I kind of want to say this one, but also I'm not entirely sure that it. I guess if you include more than just what he said in this conversation, yeah, I'm going to say
It
it.
doesn't feel like it follows, but yeah.
It doesn't follow directly, but it being, part of the overall interactions. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
So yes. Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Of course.
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Cronus Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
This is basically like the Outer Rim in Star Wars.
Yep. Like, there is enough of an Imperial presence that the Empire is here and claims it is theirs, but not enough that they can have any, like... They can't stomp out pirates. They can't even pretend that the pirates aren't there. The pirates are definitely there, and they're controlling vast swaths of it.
Mm-hmm.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Cronus Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis expanse.
By the way,
Now,
do you know roughly the interaction between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Imperium?
basically, because they actually know how all the tech works, the Imperium tolerates their borderline heresy, which they keep borderline by basically pretending that the Emperor is the Omni Messiah.
Yeah, pretty much. They also are one of the main manufacturers of a lot of the Imperium's war machines. So
Mhm.
that's another point where it's like the heresies of the Adeptus Mechanicus are really beyond the pale. They're not like straight up, praising demons of the warp, but it is definitely beyond what would be allowed in the Imperium. But you can't really call them out on it because, like, oops, suddenly all your like tank deliveries are now delayed.
Yeah, they are too necessary for the Imperium to continue. So the Imperium turns a significantly blind eye to how completely heretical to the Imperium they really are.
Yeah.
Because I believe the Omni Messiah, or at least who they actually think is the Omni Messiah, is I forget. I don't remember if it actually qualifies as demonic, but it's some kind of ancient
So
creature, almost elder
I don't
god like.
I don't know if the Omnissiah is actually a thing, but I do know that a lot of the more imperially aligned Adeptus Mechanicus explain it as is uh, the Emperor of Mankind is a facet of the Omnissiah. Consider like how Jesus Christ in the
Mhm.
Trinity is God as well as man. Same deal with the Emperor and the Omnissiah. But as far as what the Omnissiah is, I don't know. I don't think it's like a warp demon or anything, because with the elves, there's plenty of that going on. I don't think the Adeptus Mechanicus is tapping into the same thing, but I could be wrong.
Let's see. I'm trying to real quick look up the thing I'm thinking of. Um,
The Adeptus Mechanicus even has their own trinity. The Omnissiah is essentially God the Father. The God Emperor of Mankind is the Son, and the Holy Spirit is what is called the motive force, which is essentially the spirit in the machine spirit nonsense.
mhm. Trying to find.
What you might be thinking of is you might be thinking of the belief that the machine god is a Satan shard known as the Void Dragon.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
and I forget
a
exactly
cult.
what that thing, what the since
Satan shards are.
yeah, that's what I
Uh,
was trying to remember.
so before the elves were a spacefaring race, the Necrons made a deal with like mighty star gods of beyond space and time. They made a deal with the Cthulhu deities essentially.
That's right.
Uh,
Yeah, so it is like elder god shit.
Yeah, but long story short, the Necrons actually were enslaved by the Elder Gods, but managed to rise up and destroy the Elder Gods. The Satan shards are shards of those gods.
Okay. Yeah. The problem is the thing I watched where I learned about this. It's been probably at least a couple months since I watched it. Because I've just been that was weird. I've been just it's introductory stuff, like it's stuff that he's taking and kind of simplifying it for people who are new to Warhammer 40K and want to know more about the lore, and because it's easy to just get really bogged down in it. So he's giving brief summary type stuff, not full in depth stuff, but he goes into he does this for like all kinds of different things in the lore. It's not just introductory lore, but it's an introduction to the lore he's talking about. Kind of thing. And it's all been just really interesting and stuff I've been listening to a lot and learning more and more about the Warhammer 40K lore because it's actually really interesting.
Mm-hmm. When I was moving a few months ago, I spent like 2 days cleaning and packing, and throughout all of that, I was listening to like hours and hours of Necron lore on YouTube. Uh, but yeah, the Satan shards are like broken, fettered, chained pieces of those gods. But the thing is, like, it's not it's not even like this was so long ago. What is called a Satan shard now may not be part of those ancient gods. It may just be something else that is extremely powerful and nebulous and vague that is
Mm-hmm.
called a Satan shard by rumor. Or there may be a Satan shard that is just not known about that is like powering some fucking black hole or whatever. So it's unsure how many how many there are, and what like they are, because you can take the form of a whole lot of different things. Most of the ones that is thought of to exist and be known about are under the control of the Necrons, but there might be one in the middle of Mars. Who knows?
I don't know if it's would be in the middle of Mars specifically, but yeah,
Deep underground.
the at the very least they do seem to think that a particular Satan shard might actually be the Omnissiah.
Responsible. But that, for the record, is a heretical splinter belief that not just believes that a Satan shard is the Omnissiah, but specifically the form of the Satan shard is something they call the Void Dragon,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a like side heretical cult that is not proved of.
At the very least, it's not what they put as their front.
No, the front of the Adeptus Mechanicus is one of two things: the uh, the like we're all in for the Omnissiah, or we're all in for the Emperor of Mankind, who is a facet of the Omnissiah.
Mm.
I think one's called the Imperial Cult, and the other one's called the Adeptus Cult, or something like that. But
And it seems to mostly be a matter of like just how willing they are to call the Emperor the Omnissiah. Whether they want to believe, are willing
in
to profess
public,
these.
they all will.
Oh yeah, but as far as what they're actually willing to personally believe,
Right.
because there's plenty who have basically bought their own hype about
Yeah.
about the Emperor and the justification for putting up with each other.
Right. All right. Kunrad.
Kunrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
We were too busy fighting Chaos Spawn to really keep track of him.
Okay, but Abelard, what do you think he'll do next?
Continue.
What can like I ask him about what he can tell me about the guy's betrayal and what he thinks he'll do next, and instead he's just like, I'm gonna have someone paint a picture of him with a hole in his head.
Well, specifically, he's going to shoot a hole between the eyes. But yeah. But
No, commission a portrait of the individual with a hole between the eyes.
I get that, but I think the implication is he's going to commission a picture and then shoot it himself. But
Possibly.
whatever.
But it's still just like, you didn't answer my question, Abelard.
He's not done
We
talking.
both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
I actually kind of liked him when we first met him.
Yeah. That's the whole point of him, though.
In fact, I kind of liked him more than Abelard.
Come on, Abelard grows on you.
Abelard is a good soldier, and we need one of those. And he's probably a good seneschal. But he's not got the most winning personality.
Nope.
If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That is all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I must take my leave. Until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Gives you a regulation smile.
I thought it was a salute.
Salute, whatever. It went by too quickly. Over on the right, Jocasta Sarbek.
Jocasta Sarbak is the very picture of discipline. Her uniform is exquisitely pressed, her armor is polished, and her posture is imposing and rigid. The only flaw in her immaculate appearance is the heavy enforcer's maul, which is worn and battered from frequent use. She salutes you with a practiced motion. Greetings, Lord Captain. How did you come to serve on my flagship? I come from the noble Sourback family of the capital world of Dargonis. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law, and the members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I am honored to be the sixth master-at-arms named Sourback to serve on this ship. Jocasta speaks the words with unmistakable pride. Why are you here instead of basking in luxury on Dragonis? Because of my cousin Macarius. A furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me toward the best decision of my life. I serve you with all my heart and wish for no other fate than this one. You are wearing Imperial Navy armor. How did you come by it? I inherited it from the previous Master-at-Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition. Upon the death or resignation of an enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. What is your opinion of me as Lord Captain? I do not doubt the astuteness of your decisions, but beyond that, I am impressed with you. I have heard about the brutal punishments that you have endured, Lord Captain. You lived through torture sometime in your distant past. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. She looks away, but before she does so, you notice a strange spark in her eyes. Your tenacity deserves admiration. Awareness test succeeded. There is fire in the black depths of her gaze. If she could, she would devour you whole with her sidelong glances.
Report to my ready room.
I seem to be detecting something more than mere admiration. Then what about awe? She stares at your neck, right at the scar peeking out from under your collar. Her pupils dilate and she licks her lips involuntarily. Thinking about what you have suffered leaves me trembling. Hmm.
I'll leave it up to you, but she looks like she means business.
I'm just trying to decide whether uh, to take the dominant approach or the less dominant approach.
Totally you.
You can discuss your admiration somewhere private. Yes, Lord Captain. Flames of anticipation burn beneath Jocasta's icy mask of loyalty.
Oh God.
Sourback lovingly strokes the stiff cord that is usually braided around the hilt of her weapon. It still retains the heat of her passion-charged flesh. She raises her eyes, full of dark satisfaction, to you. It is an exceptionally rare sight, the Master-at-Arms, utterly relaxed and content. Lord Captain, have I obeyed your orders well enough?
These answers. Two would be funny all up until the point where it gets her distracted in combat and gets her killed.
I mean, I'm not sure I should lie to her.
Okay, then don't tell her 1 or 4.
I'm thinking I'm going to go with 2.
Up to you.
The next time you wield your weapon, remember this night. Sourback winds the cord around her finger with a wolfish grin. I shall, often and with great pleasure. Perhaps we shall do this again sometime. If it pleases the Lord Captain, next time I will bring along a few things from the interrogation room. You will most certainly find a use for them.
Oh my lord. Okay, well. Back to the bridge. Oh,
You have a way with subjugation, Lord Captain.
before you go, there's some goods up over here.
Beyond the glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread.
No, I meant there's something on the table to be picked up.
But I realize I can actually look out the window, and it's pretty out there.
Mhm.
It's unfinished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. Voigtvir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the von Valencius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn.
Cool. So he was in line at one point, but got disinherited due to fucking up.
Yep.
And there's another one over in the thing.
Yep. Cracked data slate. 0000111111 000010101010001011 in 872-04. The final transactions with the chartist are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped.
You don't need to go into that,
00011111
please.
001000. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by the bridge. Target's estimate. Time of arrival in the system. The fiery reckoning is crewed by a servitor hut. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated time. Estimated Tim.
Come and see if there's anything in the safe. Oh, unless you want to perform your ablution?
Would you like to take a bath, your ladyship? Considering what I was just doing, that's probably a good idea. Also, I chose that version of the hair because the feathers kind of look like bunny ears. The soothing water caresses your senses, and your grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. A pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation.
Oh my lord. Three would be funny, but it's not your style.
I mean, are the enforcers guys or girls?
They're all guys.
Mm. Can I just go get the head of the enforcers back in here? She's still in the other room.
I mean, two question mark? Maybe, I don't know.
I wish to see someone from my retinue.
Oh lord. Yep.
Which of them would you like me to summon, your ladyship? First one. Hmm.
Don't even pretend like you're not.
Argenta, I wish to know what the Sisters of Battle do in their spare time. At once. Lasporidae, are you conditioning your body with water treatments? How commendable. Allow me to share some of the water exercises I learned at the Schola Progenium, a division of the ecclesiarchy responsible for the upbringing, education, and training of orphans of those officers and nobles who have died in the service of the Imperium. Argenta does not wait for a reply, but immediately launches into a series of detailed instructions. I only have a 70% chance on both of these because I don't have great willpower.
Sure.
I'm
Give it a shot.
not quite sure what the purpose of what I'd be trying to accomplish with these, though.
Me either. I have no idea.
Argenta, hold on a moment. Failed. Argenta's enthusiastic zeal is so contagious you cannot help but follow the sister's lead as she demonstrates each exercise. See? She's mommy.
Mm-hmm.
Argenta briskly explains how to stretch your muscles correctly. She makes you repeat each exercise multiple times as she teaches you the best way to do bends and squats. Her eyes are alight with righteous fire and her voice rings out with conviction. She shows the same dedication to completing each exercise as she does to destroying heretics. Athletics test failed.
Oh, Lord.
I actually had a better chance at it than I did the willpower one. Not much, but better. The sister is tireless, but you do not have her stamina. Your burning muscles beg for mercy and your legs cramp as you gasp for air. This is not exercise, this is torture.
Flimsy and frail.
I mean, I also just did all the stuff I did in the bedroom, so, you know.
Yeah.
Argenta wipes the sweat from her brow with an air of satisfaction. Good work, Lasporidae. A healthy body is like a finely tuned bolter, a worthy instrument of his will. I will take my leave now. Rest and recover your strength.
Oh my God.
You are alone once more. The Master of Ablution stands by at the ready, patiently awaiting your command. We're going for it.
Yeah, it's you can try it, see what happens, and then
Address the
tell them to
enforcers.
leave.
You two, get in here. I require company and pleasant conversation. The enforcers exchange a puzzled glance. You mean us, your ladyship? There is no need to be shy. Relax with me for a moment. Orders received, your ladyship. We will commence relaxation immediately.
Welcome to 40K.
The enforcers are lean and muscular. They sit down awkwardly. Oh, no, one of them is a woman.
I was going to say, yeah.
They sit down awkwardly in the bathtub, clearly fighting the urge to stand at attention. What would you like to talk about, your ladyship? We await your orders. What's Amasek?
It's a drink.
Ah.
Alcoholic, I think. Maybe.
I wish to be fed. It will be done, Lord Captain. The woman reverently places slices of exotic fruits and rich-smelling cheeses into your mouth, and the man brings a cup of Amasek, potent alcoholic drink of varying quality, to your lips to wash it all down. They do everything for you except chew and swallow, but you suspect that if you were to give them the order, they would find a way to do that for you as well. Tell me about yourselves. Do you have any other responsibilities besides guarding these chambers? For hundreds of years, our clan has been responsible for ensuring the rogue trader's safety during times of leisure and relaxation. The enforcer's voice is filled with pride. I guard the bath chamber, just as my grandmother did before me. She trained me herself and instructed me in my duties. This bath chamber can be more dangerous than a battlefield sometimes. You can slip on a wet tile. You can choke and drown. If the water is too hot, you can burn yourself. And if it's too cold, you can freeze. There have even been cases where angry machine spirits have released sparks of their fury in the water. And of course, there have been numerous assassination attempts, and the woman stops abruptly as the other enforcer loudly clears his throat.
I'm afraid to take a bath now, thank you.
It is reassuring to know my enforcers are prepared for anything. We live to serve, your ladyship. We'll keep you safe. What do enforcers do in their free time? When we're off duty, we train, maintain our equipment, and pray at regulation-approved intervals. If we do have some time to ourselves, we might play some Tantolo. And Bran over here carves things out of soap scraps. She nods at her partner. But for the most part, we barely get enough time for rest, let alone for leisure. Pass Bran a piece of soap and a knife. I demand a demonstration, Bran. The enforcer looks slightly flustered, but he quickly gets to work. After a little while, he presents you with a bust of the Emperor about half the size of your palm. The Emperor's visage has been recreated with incredible precision and attention to detail. The small carving surpasses the work of many a skilled sculptor. Especially impressive since we're in the bathtub while he's doing it. Wow, that last one is cruel.
Yep. I'm not that mean. Don't give them too much hope.
What a curious hobby. But the carving is yours. You should keep it. The enforcer carefully takes back the soap sculpture. Thank you, your ladyship. You seem tense. Your orders are to enjoy some of this food and Amasek. Yes, let's get my guards drunk. The enforcers are barely able... Bailey? The enforcers are barely able to conceal their excitement as they shove delicious delicacies into their mouths and wash them down with obscenely expensive drinks. They have never experienced anything like this before and likely never will again. It is a feast they will not soon forget, a story they will tell their grandchildren someday. You may relax with me here until I am finished bathing. We would consider it a great honor, your ladyship, but please do not tell the Master-at-Arms we joined in your ablutions. Mistress Sourback will beat us bloody if she finds out. She's
You're
currently
like, "I know."
recovering in the other room. Relax and close your eyes. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness, joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Lesporide von Valentius drifts in silent bliss. It is a conscious mind. What fills this consciousness? Well, I was not expecting one of these decisions to show up in here.
Hold on a second, I stepped away from the computer.
There's dogmatic. Thoughts of her monumental duty to the Emperor. Such duty can only be fulfilled through service and death, for such is the price of humanity's victory in the everlasting war. Iconoclast. Thoughts of those who keep her afloat in these waters. Who will drown and who will she manage to pull to the surface? Heretical. Thoughts about the price paid for power, the inconstant paths through which such power is obtained, and the people and things she will sacrifice for the sake of her supremacy. Or only a desperate desire to lose herself in these precious moments of peace and quiet before they are gone. Honestly, I'm thinking 3.
Of course you are.
Heretical. The thoughts about the price paid for power, the inconstant paths through which such power is obtained, and the people and things she will sacrifice for the sake of her supremacy. The cost of power is great, but when it comes to accomplishing one's dreams, no price is too high. Radical +3. The moment of serenity soon fades. The body reclaims the mind, binding it once more to the familiar shell of flesh, sinew, and bone. Finish your ablutions. You feel revitalized. This was truly an experience worthy of a rogue trader.
Interesting.
Well-deserved rest effect applied. The character will have a higher initiative in the next combat. This is a one-time bonus that disappears after the combat ends. You feel thoroughly refreshed and ready to take on new challenges. Water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feel inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promises nothing but danger. The long dead eyes of this fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain of its final moments. Interesting.
Come out to your
What?
thing here and go
There's a door over here.
over where?
Oh, that's that one we came out of before, isn't it?
Yeah, you came out of there. That was where she had her heretical shit stashed away.
Doesn't look like there's anything new in here.
Nope. The vault in the back. See if there's anything in there. There's also the Lord Captain's Data Chronicle, as well as link your account.
Oh.
That looks like a chest though, so that might be where you get some of the stuff.
Oh, this has something to do with Twitch drops.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know if I actually ever did this, but I might as well go ahead and link it. And I might have actually watched the stuff in question at the time. But I'm not sure. And I honestly can't tell. Same rewards. No rewards available. So nope. I missed out on the Twitch drops.
Okay, what about the vault in the back, or the Lord Captain's Data Chronicle?
There is nothing in the vault.
Okay.
I could presumably put
Data
stuff in the
Chronicle?
vault.
Possibly. I don't know if you need to.
Shrine of Remembrance. Oh, this might be from the for people who like But wasn't there a Kickstarter for this?
Possibly, I don't know.
Light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you.
So, what is the Lord Captain's Data Chronicle?
Von Valencia's ancestry records. It's a bunch of names.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, the Shrine
Yeah.
of Remembrance was that. Got it. Because I don't have any way to control anything. It's hard for me to figure out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, goods over here. Two corrupt. Wait, no. What am I looking at? Oh, blast
Heirloom auto
wave.
pistol.
No, the because it was popping
And
up the comparison stuff, it was throwing me off as to what I was actually seeing.
Yeah.
There's a blast wave, which is a shotgun that pushes targets.
Loot them all, so I can see them too.
Right.
Thank you.
Uh,
So how that compares to an actual shotgun is shotgun can knock enemies back when shot at effective range, whereas blast wave always pushes them 3 cells away, even if the shot misses. Apparently,
so in other words, I should equip this instead of my shotgun.
possibly. The Wrath of Saint Drusus is a chainsword with a bit higher max damage, a bit higher armor pen.
Does
It's
not have
not
an
in
area
there.
attack. Increases damage from all sources against any hit targets by 15% until the end of combat. Does not stack. Chain weapons deal plus 25% critical damage.
Yeah, the rest of that is normal chain.
Most warriors prefer swords for the plus 10% parry, minus 10 enemy weapon skill when hit. An heirloom auto pistol. This auto pistol can be used as if the wielder has the dual weapon combat talent. Plus 5 perception, plus 5 ballistic skill. Solid projectile weapons have an increased BOA. So I could use this with my corrupted Inferno pistol and properly dual wield them.
Correct.
And it makes me better at the ballistic skill too.
Yep.
Which
ballistic
probably
skill,
means it is worth doing that instead of having the axe. Because that'll also actually no, it won't improve. It won't help with my shotgun because when I switch to the shotgun, I don't get the bonus anymore.
Well, the problem is, I mean, it will help for the rolls to hit, but by 5% chance for the corrupted Inferno pistol.
Basically, I'm wielding something I don't have proficiency in because I can wield it without having proficiency, and then I can dual wield without having the ability to dual wield because of the other one.
Mm-hmm. I took the Wrath of Saint Drusus onto my character.
Mm-hmm.
Blast Wave. Should that go to Idira for her secondary weapon set? Just so if there is a problem, she can just whip it out and knock somebody back?
I was thinking maybe either her or
well, with Argenta, it's good if she has a melee weapon generally. So,
mm-hmm.
but
no, I was looking at Argenta, and yeah, she really doesn't need it.
No.
But it could be useful on
Abelard and Serdane? No.
Basically,
if anyone, I would put it for your shotgun.
Yeah, I was saying either put it in place of my shotgun or give it to Diera.
Both you and Nadira should have shotgun in your secondary weapon slot. But who gets the good one is up to you. Well, I say good. It's whoever has a worse ballistic skill should get blast wave, because the shotgun knocks back on hit. Blast wave knockback regardless.
We have
So
the same ballistic skill.
so who's more important?
I mean,
Give you blast wave. He gets a shotgun. Neither of my characters want to be knocked away from melee range.
okay. Gave her the shotgun, so we now have 4 scrappy auto guns instead of 3 spare. Okay.
All right. Let me know when you go back up to the bridge, because there's nothing I can do.
The bookshelves are packed
for a
with
while.
ancient books, piles of papers, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. Parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. The positions of the pieces on the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. The glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You've never seen many of these articles before. This fine sculpture, made from a strange metal, seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. Okay, I think that's everything in here. This hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valancius, in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artist, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. The coat of arms of House von Valancius is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traders, the Emperor's faithful servants. There's the way of the bridge. I wasn't entirely sure how to get back to the bridge. I want to know what you think about the other officers. I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Tolman has too much power and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf and what to withhold. Bravor is closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Danrock, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. What can you tell me about Abelard? The Seneschal is a model of competence and fidelity, and all the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. A grimace of fierce devotion takes hold of Sourback's face before she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. It is all the more distressing to see that the years have not been kind to the deeply respected Master Versarian. Soon there will be no rejuvenant treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such advanced age. But we are ever watchful and will be there to steady the trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. I could tell her about the...
Do it. Do it.
Thank you for dispatching such attentive guards to my bath chamber. Taking a bath with them was entertaining. Sourback's gaze becomes very still. What? Excuse me, Lord Captain. What did you just say? I invited them to come and have a swim with me. They are fine people and good conversationalists. I am pleased to have been of service, she hisses, gripping the handle of her maul, which does not bode well for the two fine people and good conversationalists. I want to know more about your service. I'm ready to answer any questions, Lord Captain. What are the Master-at-Arms' duties? I am responsible for upholding safety and order aboard the ship. Guard duties, patrols, finding and punishing troublemakers. In addition, my enforcers ensure that the crew follow all directives and carry out their tasks properly. As they say in my family, a servant who shows disobedience today prepares a riot tomorrow. There are thousands of people aboard this vessel. How do you maintain order? 2 words, Lord Captain. Suppression and fear. The base nature of the rabble cries for an iron grip, lest they give in to their animal urges. We have many well-tested measures to prevent it. Random night searches, preventive interrogations, corporal punishment, and executions. Of course, the laws of the ship equally apply to the officers. We eradicate the canker of insubordination wherever we find it, without mercy. I hope you will not repeat the mistakes of the previous Master-at-Arms. You can be sure of that. He was a fine enforcer, but suffered from the fatal flaw of trusting his associates. I myself lack that weakness and trust no one except you, Lord Captain. Let us change the subject. That is all for now. Proud to serve the dynasty. High factotum Janus Danrock. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder, while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding, and he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your ladyship. Janus Danrock at your service. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the high factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. Have you heard the name Fiery Reckoning? From what I can tell, it is a void ship of some sort. There was a mention of it in one of Theodora's documents I found. Janus thinks for a moment, pursing his lips in concentration. I am afraid it is not immediately familiar to me, your ladyship. Please allow me a moment. He starts rapidly tapping on the screen of his data slate. I say, House von Valancius did indeed sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transactions records of the ship picking up cargo from Kiava Gamma. Well, this is odd. The data log ends there. Apparently, the ship had some interactions with one of the workshops on your industrial world. I beg your pardon, your ladyship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide you in regard to this particular matter. I would like to replace the painting of the late Theodora in my chambers. Hang my portrait instead. Generous bows obsequiously. It will be done, your ladyship. How did you come to serve the von Valancius dynasty? I come from Dargonis, your ladyship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your ladyship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavor to be as honest as possible. Generous's eyes light up. He is obviously eager to speak his mind. Tell me what you think of Seneschal Abelard Rosarian. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not, teach Master Rosarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know. Lord Captain, your Seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passively whenever Lady Theodora was away. And that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say, or alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. I'd like to hear your opinion of Kunrad Voigtveer, the former Master of Whispers. I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although, he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines after all. The factotum's bloated face grows stern. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtveer's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. Turned out Kunrad lacked the most important quality for a Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you have to say about Voxmaster Vigdis Tolleman? Ah, yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family we use such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Tolleman has spent in post as Voxmaster, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. I wish to discuss something else. As you say, your ladyship. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you exactly? We most often deal with followers of Saint Drusus, the explorators, the Kasbalika mission, or, Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. What do the followers of St. Drusus require from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Words! The Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign the rogue trader herself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Tell me more about the Explorators. Members of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet, which has been roaming the Cronus Expanse for a good while now. Omnissiah knows what they are hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly, they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall. I am interested in the Kazbalika mission. Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calaxis sector. An imperial sector located in the Segmentum Obscurus next to the frontier region of the Cronus Expanse. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladaim Tokara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladaim, look for him in the Liege's palace on Footfall. What is this Fellowship of the Void? Janus emits a laugh-like gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies. Or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amacicus on Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. Why are we giving our spoils to these people in the first place? To profit from them, of course. Most of the things you will find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader herself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Kazbalika dealers and explorators. None will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. And there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. I suggest we change the subject. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. I'm assuming this is a way to get more... This is how we get more mercenaries if we want them.
Yep.
And my retinue and I are in need of training.
That's respecking.
Ah. Enough questions. For now, I shall return later. I shall await your instructions, Lord Captain. Oti. There's Adira. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head toward you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Adira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You are a psyker. Psykers only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut. If it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Hmm. Adira bares her teeth in a savage grin, a febrile gleam in her eye. What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Adira laughs, rubbing her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
Hmm.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks and the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his mistress? Or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
Interesting.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Astronomicon. The psychic beacon that helps navigators to triangulate a course for their void ships through the warp. Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a
Lyra.
dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finished your story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly. Then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. How did you end up in the rogue trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for. And it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. All so I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the Van Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
I mean, traveling to the edge of the galaxy would still be on the ship. Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Did you know Theodora von Valancius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well, not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong, only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Things are strained between you and Argenta. Isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices, ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Got a new story for me, Adira.
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Adira becomes much more animated and her expression turns slightly dreamy as she recalls one of her stories.
Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrive at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. and everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been, it turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
Green. I'd like to hear your augury, Adira. What awaits me in the future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild.
Nothing new.
I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in somehow, but for now...
I must take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Let's see.
AFK minute, but
Okay.
keep going.
Nothing. Another compartment. It's a void ship train. Every ship in the Imperium has shrines. This is where the servants of the ecclesiarchy watch over the purity of the crew's faith and fortify its members' spirits on journey after journey through the dark corners of the galaxy where unthinkable horrors lurk.
This is new with the DLC.
Hmm.
Oh wow, we got all our characters.
Yes.
Well, what do we have here?
The power maul rests inside the glass. The inscription on the reliquary reads, I am Wrath. I am the cleansing. Whosoever wields me walks in the footsteps of Furia. Buddy.
Let us not
There's
dawdle.
a button on the side.
Oh. I push button. Um. What's going on?
I went and stepped on one of the panels.
Oh.
I always keep my options open.
Imperium Invictum. The shards of an unknown Angevin Crusade warrior's twin blades returned from pirate captivity by the grace of the Emperor. Imperium Invictum. The shard. Oh, same thing. Wait, no, I clicked on the same thing.
I won't let it define me.
I failed this lore test. Collection of antique weapons, though they are no longer fit for battle, their sight continues to inspire righteous souls to new feats of glory.
How may I serve the dynasty? Something ominous lurks ahead.
Oh.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries. I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
That doesn't work. The Aquila Anima, a fragment of the Cathedral of Eternal Redemption brought from the shrine world of Solus 6, now lost. I'll offer a prayer. You recite a prayer, the one you remembered best. You remember best. Okay.
Is
That
there
does
money
not
to
turn
be
a light
made?
on.
I'm restless. Onward.
That turns the light off.
I know how to take risks.
Seems like this is right to step on.
Sins hidden
Right.
in the heart turn all to decay.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
Commerce check.
Just as I planned.
An ancient-looking chainsword without a fuel engine rests on the weapon rack. The shape of its teeth makes you think of the Ulma Universalis, a pattern from the Angevin Crusade era.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The skeleton inside the sarcophagus is holding a spherical object gleaming with gold. Initiate Zek. The broad-shouldered young priest makes a sign of Aquila. The Emperor protects, your ladyship. How may I be of service? Who are you? Initiate Zeke, your ladyship. I recite prayers and help Confessor Adalbert with the rites. What is this relic next to you? The initiate looks over at the sarcophagus. The skeleton within it is clutching an orb made of many tightly fitted hoops covered in glyphs. A mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. It was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of the great missionary Nadine Alenikov. They believed there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness the moment of the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us. Do you have any ideas how to open this orb? One of your predecessors was the last to attempt solving this relic's mystery. It happened a long time ago, before Lady Theodora was born. That's all I know. Why not just disassemble it? To damage a sacred relic is an unthinkable crime. To use force to bypass the test of wisdom and faith it contains is terrible blasphemy. Open the
I love
relic.
the ability to just walk away.
Open the reliquary. I'm going to try to solve the mystery of the orb. The initiate opens the lock and hands you the orb. Someone has already moved the hoops around, trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It will only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own question. The answers should presumably be formed using adjoining hoops.
For now, to turn it back, I'm trying to figure out the floor platform thing. Okay, get Argenta off the platform.
Join me in prayer.
Okay, so the first one is this. The second one. I have both my characters selected.
What I could tell, that one didn't do anything. I want to take a look at it real quick.
It's the order they're stepped on.
I know that. I'm looking at the buttons.
Okay.
It's like F, A, I, H. And R.
No, we can just brute force it.
Wait. Hold on.
Let's not waste
I saw
time
some.
with pleasantries.
Oh, Furia.
Yeah, that's an I. I can't see the one he's standing on, but we've got F. I believe is where where your character is.
Yep, I'm on FU. R is
I see it.
I always
way
have a
over on
backup
the other
plan.
side.
I woke
Then
up with a
the
feeling
one
of wonder,
left
as
opposite
if
of
a
Sardine.
field of flowers was blossoming near.
Did I
me.
mention
And
that my
then
whispers
one
tell
right.
you
Yep.
jokes? Jokes that once said aloud make your eyes bleed and blood curdle. Talk about blood.
This is
Oh,
intriguing.
lordy.
That was kind of absurdly obvious for how much trouble we had with it at first.
Loot it so I can see it as well.
All right. Unquenchable Fury. The maximum push distance of this maul is 5 cells, and any collision damage is increased by 50%. Has Harsh Shove, Power Swing, which looks like it hits almost every square around you.
Yep.
Wonder, would that be a good idea for melee weapon for Argenta? Or should it go to one of the characters you're controlling?
Well, I specifically need swords for my shenanigans. I think that would be good for Argenta's melee weapon. Because Abelard and Sardine, like, the nice thing about the swords is the bonus to parry and the penalty to enemy weapon skill. But that doesn't do either one.
Mm-hmm. And she can, presumably Harsh Shove pushes things away. And so she can use it to push enemies away from her if she needs to.
Let us not dawdle.
Confessor Adalbert. Professor Adelbart, a plump, rosy-cheeked old man, is lighting candles, taking his time with each. Glints of fire dance on his heavy golden aquila, and in his sky-blue eyes he addresses you, smiling. The Emperor protects your ladyship. Are you here to pray, or have mundane matters brought you to me? There's an incredibly profound quality to his voice, and he speaks with with mesmerizing timbre. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? I am the ship's confessor, your ladyship. No vessel that abides by the Imperium's laws can sail the void without a spiritual guide. Even a smaller sized ship that does not have a member of the ecclesiarchy on board entrusts all matters of faith to a lay person who is a staunch adherent of the creed. A rogue trader's flagship naturally is expected to have a confessor who comes from a line of his reverent servants. I am such a one. I am entrusted with caring for the reliquary chapel and the dynastic crypt. I also conduct liturgies, consecrate the ship's bays, and strengthen the crew's hearts whenever a dark hour is upon us, lest any among them falter in the face of the horrors lurking in the darkness and fail in their duty. Tell me about the dynastic crypt. Every rogue trader takes care to maintain an appropriate place of repose on board their flagship, for their capital may change with the passing of centuries, but the vessel of the Emperor's anointed serves them for millennia. It is more than just a symbol of the dynasty's authority. It is the source of its power. The Lord Captain's seat in the void whence they reign over their many lands. The Von Valancius crypt is where rogue traders and their most loyal servants are laid to rest. As the ship's confessor, I perform the rites of burial and remembrance for these honored dead. Adelbart lets out a heavy sigh. It never occurred to this old man that he might have to send Lady Theodora on her final journey. But all is the Emperor's will. I would like to find out more about this place. Adelbart smiles warmly at you. I could talk about the reliquary chapel for hours. Is this the only place of worship on the ship? Why, no. There are multiple sancta on every deck, where your subjects pray fervently and the clergy keeps a close watch on the firmness of their faith. This, on the other hand, he gestures around at the glittering reliquary, is the holiest of holy places, where only the noblest among your servants are permitted to set foot. Hmm. I could make it accessible to the other people on the ship.
Do I know the dirty peasants in here? No.
Yeah, no, not happening. Where does this collection of sacred relics come from? Every relic we have here was either arduously tracked down by your ancestors, captured in battle against the faithless, or received as a gift for glorious deeds. A show of loyalty to the Emperor that speaks for itself, does it not? He makes no effort to conceal his pride. For our part, we keep the precious relics intact and undisturbed as we conduct liturgies and perform rites. Initiate Zeke is especially diligent in his care for the relics. Though he is of common stock, he earned his position through dedication and piety. I have other questions. I will do my best to answer them. I would like to hear the Imperium's tenets from you. In a voice brimming with solemnity, Adalbert begins. Every man and woman has their place in the order he created, and this order must be followed and the will of one's superiors obeyed. Beware of witches, psychers, for they have been stained by the warp. Persecute mutants, for they are perversions of the human form, and hate the accursed Xenos. The Imperial Creed prescribes being wary of psychers, but the Imperium needs them. You are right. Without the astropaths, we are deaf and blind, and there are many of other psychers laboring for the good of humanity. That is their place within the Emperor's design, but only those among them who accept his light have been authorized. Adira scoffs contemptuously. For once in your life, you could just admit that it doesn't take a tongue calloused from prayer to handle the warp's dangers. The ecclesiarchy tells us to persecute mutants, but an exception was made for navigators. The Navis Nobilite are different from most humans, but their differences are a blessing. They are noble servants of the Imperium who help humanity expand its galactic domain. Do you not see that as a higher purpose that pleases the Emperor? Among the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Emperor is known as the Omni-Messiah. They have their own form of worship. Do they truly share our beliefs? Most certainly. Different likenesses of the Emperor and ways of worshipping him can be found across the Imperium's worlds, but we all believe in the one. Come to think of it, my warrant entitles me to violate the Imperial Creed in many ways. Violate? Those are not to be conceived as violations. A rogue trader's privileges come with the duty to expand the bounds of human influence. If the rogue trader must take responsibility for unorthodox solutions or actions in the course of performing that duty, then so be it. I don't know if I actually want to say that line to him. That will suffice for now. As your ladyship wishes. You are positively beaming with joy. A priest like you is a rare sight. Adalbert laughs good-naturedly. A fair observation. Everyone knows that the clergy must maintain a stern appearance to inspire fear and awe in their flock. His mirth fades, giving way to a pensive gravitas. The truth is that my clan and I experienced great hardship. I cannot explain how it is I am standing before you now except by his will. How could one be anything but joyful knowing they were saved by the Emperor? What happened to your clan? I was scarcely more than a child when the malady struck our cabins. First would come the fever, then the unlucky victim would start retching blood. After that, they would melt away like a candle. Only the youngest survived, myself among them. But now my family is growing, and I am grateful for each new life that replaces one lost. I have other topics to discuss. Did Lady Theodora come here often? Your predecessor always had due concern for the reliquary's maintenance and its needs, and under her rule, faith occupied its proper place on this ship. People confess to you, do they not? I'm interested to know the thoughts of some of my subjects. Ours is a throne-fearing flock that regularly leaves Vox recordings in the shrine confessional housed in the eastern part of the reliquary. This allows us to maintain constant watch for any heretical tendencies. We can observe the earnesty with which our parishioners render their duties, as well as any dangerous dissent brewing in their minds. Initiate Clotus is responsible for sorting the confessions. He would be honored to offer you access to the confessional cogitator. I must take my leave. May the Emperor's blessing be with you, your ladyship. Interesting. Oh, there's Clotus. The machine in the shrine confessional emits a low hum as it processes the congregants' Vox recordings. A lanky initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face, his fish-like round eyes peering into the screen. Grant me understanding, master. Grant me wisdom. He winces as you approach. Your ladyship, how can I be of service? Who are you, and what do you do here? I am Clotus, junior cleric. I sort recordings from the shrine confessional to pass on to higher-ranking clergy. Tell me more about this confessional. Our parishioners come here to repent, to share their innermost thoughts and observations of their neighbors. The sacred machine records all confessions and alters the voices beyond recognition. Is there a way to find out who made which confession? There is not. Clotus shakes his head resolutely. That would undermine the usefulness of it. The first prototype wasn't anonymous, so those confessions might as well have been carbon copies of each other. Everyone was impeccably diligent and pious and whatnot. But as soon as the machine spirit started keeping the names secret, the parishioners opened up. There's an option here that requires heretical adherent.
Yep, you're not that high up.
Nope. I
You're
have
not
other
that
questions.
evil.
Yet.
Hmm.
What does your ladyship wish to know? It appears you are having difficulties. Nothing escapes your ladyship's notice. As it so happens, I am struggling to categorize 3 rather peculiar confessions. I wouldn't have dared to tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers, which would make this a matter of the highest order, one that is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions, you see, are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent or heresy poisoning the minds of some of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I heard. He bows his head in reverence. I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your ladyship to listen to these messages protected by the secrecy of confession. What makes you think these confessions were made by senior officers? These parishioners are well-spoken, meaning they are used to addressing an audience. Perhaps they issue orders or are vested with power. And, well, after categorizing so many confessions, I have learned to notice the subtle differences between them. Let me hear them. The initiate steps aside, putting the cogitator at your disposal. Recording 17FL.2, alleged dissent, impious doubt. One question has troubled me for years. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living and preserve the memory of the dead? Worthier and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I am still here. Light static is distorting the recording, but you are confident that the speaker is male. Recording 134 DU, alleged theft of ship property. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, but every so often I consider increasing their rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. That will not replace the families they lost, but it will improve their lives somewhat, especially given that the ship has enough resources to cover the comparably trivial expense. Despite the poor sound quality, you determine the voice to be male. Commerce test succeeded. You have heard the bridge officers gossiping that the High Factotum has taken personal charge of the orphans. Recording 502 alleged coded message, irreverence. Lop-eared kleppas display a high degree of socialization both among their kind and toward their owners. These animals adjust well to avoid ship's lower gravity, since it is similar to their homeworld's conditions. Lop-eared kleppa meat is edible, should necessity demand it. The voice sounds muffled, as though from behind a thick layer of glass, but is unmistakably a woman's. Step away from the cogitator. The initiate looks at you, intrigued, but does not say a word. I am curious to know who left these confessions. I will seek them out. I suppose those confessions truly are special if your lordship is giving them her personal attention. The initiate bows deeply. Never would I have imagined the rogue trader herself coming to my aid. I will leave you to your concerns. I labor for the glory of the Emperor and House von Valancius. Interesting.
So the quartermaster is that second one, but I don't know the first and third. And I was hoping there might be clues in here as far as that orb thing, but I don't know if what we've discovered here so far will help.
Mm-hmm.
But
But
want to poke at it
yes.
after saving?
Yes. Oh, right. I have to actually talk to Ziek. I wish to try opening the orb one more time. Form the question in the orb's first quarter. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle. But only the righteous will see me within their souls. Strength.
No. Throne. The
Mm.
throne is in gold. The throne of the Emperor is in humanity's cradle, Terra. I don't know about seeing me within their souls, but the throne's light is what reaches.
Mm. Okay. For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. Form the question in the orb's second quarter. I am within every human, and my loss is feared. For without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal.
Blood?
That's what I thought of. Blood for. Like seriously, sometimes it's hard to distinguish the Emperor from Corn.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is the others work with some of them, but I don't think they work with all of them.
Oh, no, I am within every human, and my loss is feared. For without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Life.
Well, without me comes the end. That is the loss of life there. It's the loss of blood which leads to the loss of life.
Or it could be faith.
Eh.
Or soul.
It could be any of them. I think it's blood.
Hmm.
Because faith is not
Sure.
within every human. It should be, but it's not. But blood
But
is.
give your blood to the Emperor?
My life for the Emperor, my blood for the Emperor, sure thing.
My life for the Emperor.
Eh.
I think it's life.
I disagree, but.
I'm going with life.
Alright.
Another soft click comes from inside the orb. Form the question, the orb's third quarter. I am poison. I am perdition. I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish rejected by the Emperor.
So.
It's not heretic. Like, yes, burn the
It's not
heretics is a thing, but it's not. That doesn't fit the rest of it.
Heretic is too serious for these lines.
And heretic is what, the thing poisoning them could make them be, not what is the poison.
Weakness.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Weakness. With a click, the hoop settles into place. Form the question, the orb's remaining quarter.
Mhm.
In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him.
I am no mere absence of stains. Purity.
Peace. The hoops shift and return to their previous arrangement. You'll have to start over.
Got one wrong.
Yep. Question is which one? I think you are right about this one being thrown, though.
Okay.
still feel like it shouldn't be blood, but at the same time, like I said,
It's the next most reasonable one.
it's sometimes kind of hard to tell the difference between the Emperor and Khorne.
Yeah.
Like, seriously. So we're going to go with blood there.
Okay.
And
Now,
then,
what do we need to change here?
no, I'm saying we stick with the same ones for these three, so we know if that other one was well,
Okay. So
potentially.
weakness and purity.
Yeah, because I think those are still right.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but
The orb comes alive. Its hoops shift around with alarming speed, coming together and folding into each other until the orb opens completely, laying its treasure bare. Items received. Missionary Oath. Once per combat, if the wearer does not use any abilities during their turn, they can end their turn to immediately grant all adjacent allies an extra turn with 1 AP.
damn.
Jeez. The initiate stares at the relic in your hands, stunned. How strange and exciting it is to behold the holy object that has lain hidden from the eye for so many years. Truly, it is a great day upon which the rogue trader herself has revealed the legacy of great missionaries to us all.
My problem with this is, though, it's all adjacent allies.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be really adjacent.
Well, I mean, like my ally, I currently do tend to keep mine adjacent because it actually benefits me.
And it's an extra turn with 1 AP. It doesn't say anything about MP, so the MP might be 0. It might be full. I don't know. But if it's no MP and 1 AP, I don't think this is worth to equip.
Well, I can go ahead and equip it because I don't have anything in that slot.
True.
I'm just likely to replace it.
Mhm.
But it's yet another way for me to give people additional turns.
Mhm.
But also, the Emperor is really struggling to fight that he's secretly Khorne
Allegation.
theory. Yeah, allegation.
Yeah.
I can kind of understand why Khorne hates him, because he's horning in on his thing. And Khorne ain't got that many things. Just blood and skulls. Oh, that seems to be everything in here. So, to another compartment. Astropathic Chapel. The indispensable astropaths are instrumental in establishing communication between worlds and ships on the scale of the entire immense galaxy, continually exposed to the Materium's terrors. Many of these psychers perish, go insane, or even meet a fate worse than death. Like pickles. Logic.
Success
Ugh.
is the oath.
Jakey.
They're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, all right? So you lots can calm down.
Logic test succeeded. Gained experience, 35. The machine uses its many quills to commit the astropath's whispers to paper, then sorts the resulting raw mental images based on their meaning. Cargo changes notifications.
I picked up some cargo.
Oh. The back of the throne is smeared with something dark, red, and old.
Keep your wits about you.
Goods. I see goods. And flamer cartridges, low capacity fuel tank, and sealed hermetic infusion. Underneath the grill, you can see enormous outlines of formidable machines in a greenish haze. The throne is furnished with a conductive charge supply and can be turned into an instrument of execution at any moment.
Yep, the moment they start to turn, just immediately kills them.
Yep.
The hell is this nonsense?
An endless stream of symbols fills the paper tubes. A deceased navigator's organ repurposed for the choir master's needs. Here is where processed messages converge from all over the chapel. I'm gonna go check these other things before I talk to him. The voices blend in an unnatural unison. The longer you listen to the choral chant, the stronger your headache grows. Ooh, more logic.
I always get the job done.
The receiver's enormous reels direct paper tapes containing unprocessed text into the chapel's depths after blessing the paper with an imprint of sacred cogs.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Mechanism rotates steadily, adding dry clicking notes to the chapel's melody every time a manipulator catches against one of the dents on the drum. It's a giant one of those spool things for automated organs and shit.
Somewhat.
More logic.
Just as I planned.
Once the text is ready for final interpretation, the compiler sends it to the choir master, along with a list of meanings for the known images.
I always keep my options open.
Zachary Weiss. Choir master Zachary Weiss, a tall old man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of a cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You're about to call his name when he falls silent sharply and turns toward you first. Lord Captain, a visit from the rogue trader is an honor for us. Like other astropaths at the chapel, the choir master's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly glowing gaze is studying you keenly. How can I be of use, your ladyship? Lore Imperium test succeeded. Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs every astropath of the gift of sight. But in return, they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. Remind me, who are you? The wrinkled face and drooping corners of the mouth look focused yet courteous at the same time. My name is Zachary Weiss, your ladyship. I am the choir master of the Astropathic Choir. I was posted to this ship soon after my soul-binding ritual on Holy Terra. You might say I've been serving House von Valancius all my life. Have you made a confession lately? Wait, actually I'm going to talk about the other stuff first. How did you like serving under Lady Theodora? I served her for 2 decades and never knew another Lord Captain before your ascension. With her, I had been through... The choir master falls silent, as though briefly transported in his mind to another place. A shadow of regret creeps onto his face. Many things. Lady Theodora had a good understanding of my significance within the overall mechanism of the ship's services. Poorly concealed irritation creeps into the expression of regret on his face, which, however, did not stop her from neglecting my warnings. I am confused, so how old are you? If my calculations are correct, having factored in our movements through the warp, then I turned 34 a month and a half ago. There is a pause. You can't quite decide if the old man in front of you is joking, but there is not the slightest hint of a smile on his face. Tell me about the astropathic choir. Of course, Lord Captain. Is there something specific you would like to know? What is this place? To us astropaths, this place is our cradle and our grave, Lord Captain. You are at the conflux of every secret missive, every order of prime importance, every scheme being plotted behind the scenes. You are at a place where each of your loyal astropaths is ready to lay down their life for crumbs of information, if that is your wish. We receive and send messages. For hours, turning into days, we wander the dark depths of the immaterium, carrying our voice through the warp's eternal night, bringing it to our comrades in some remote refuge, accepting the voices, signals, and missives of others into our own abode. Those are most often meant for you, your ladyship, and at times they are meant for no one. Point to the mechanical drum. What device is this? It is a sacred compiler that helps us record, store, and to an extent unriddle messages. The astropaths first receive these messages in the form of muddled images, dictating what they see to the machine, which logs their every word. From the reels of the receivers on the ceiling, the machine-recorded words are routed through lines under the floor into transcribers within the thesaurus core. This core is the most important part of the mechanism as it contains a vast catalog of various symbols and the methods of their interpretation. The compiler matches the images in the message against its data and forwards the results to the central cogitator and myself so that I can begin the ritual of decoding. I know of no other choir that possesses so wise a mechanism, and I praise the God Emperor for its existence. However, while the compiler hastens the extraction of intelligible meaning from perplexing imagery, an astropath must still open their mind to interpretation, which is no less perilous than the rites of receiving or sending an astropathic message. If your machine knows the meaning of the symbols, why can't it decode the messages itself?
Fucking heresy.
Regrettably for us all, your ladyship, astropathic messages are not ciphered dispatches, but rather psychic imprints containing information. Only an astropath can read the entirety of something created through the medium of the warp. Furthermore, as messages pass through the immaterium, they might become distorted by malevolent intent. It falls to your servants alone to shield their mind with faith and separate the true meaning from the influence of the ruinous powers. So if you wanted to hide certain information from me, you could. Vice's face twists into a bitter grimace. My duty is to shield you from the monstrous communications that filter through the warp. The screams of the Emperor's loyal servants, centuries dead by now. The nightmarish, maddening images of the Sea of Souls. An alternate dimension of pure energy. Oh, it's just talking about the warp again. They have a lot of different names for it.
Mm-hmm.
The cursed symbols that cause astropaths to convulse in violent fits of frenzy. The messages from abominations in search of weak minds to devour. Concealing all of that from you is my duty. How does one become an astropath? We were all part of the Imperial Tithe once, Psychers delivered to Terra on the Black Ships. The dreadful Imperial void ships that transport Psychers given up by numerous worlds as part of their tithe to the Imperium. Don't most of those Psychers get basically consumed by the Emperor?
Yep.
Meowdy, Jake! Sorry, I missed your message earlier because I was reading all of this. It's a lot of information. but only a few of the candidates had what it took to study astropathy. Fewer still successfully completed the grueling training to be eligible for soul binding. Almost none survived the initiation. He throws his head back. We were given the privilege to behold the Emperor's light, a light flawless and searing. A pious smile visits his lips. That changes you. It wounds you irreparably. It takes your eyesight, but in exchange you commune with greatness. His presence in our souls fortifies them as we stand against malicious powers. After the ritual, an astropath is assigned their position. At this or that adeptus, an astropathic relay, or a ship, more often than not, our first place of service is also our last. If something happens to your choir, where can I find new astropaths? The expression on his wrinkled face grows even more serious. It would be more on point to say when something happens. The Emperor's blessing protects us from the warp's various influences. However, there are horrors dwelling in the void for which even this defense would be no obstacle, especially if one spends as much time in their company as we do. There is only one way to procure astropaths, and that is through the Adeptus Administratum. Luck permitting, unattached astropaths from the sector will be posted to the ship, ones who, for whatever reason, have lost their place of service. Failing that, the request will go to Terra and we will have to wait a long time. That said, there are other options, blasphemous, forbidden options, the Choirmaster grimaces. Unsanctioned psychers, unprotected and broken souls who seldom live past their first few seances, but even those would do should the God Emperor put our souls through severe trials. And judging by how rabid the warp has been of late by the number of dead astropaths, those trials will be upon us sooner than our prayers could reach Terra. I know a couple places where you can get new astropaths, Adira grins maliciously. That's, of course, if you don't insist on them being all classy and proper like this fried-eyed bunch. I want to discuss other topics. I am listening carefully, Lord Captain. That odd noise inside the chapel, does it not bother you? On the contrary, Lord Captain, it is the mental focusing technique used by our flagship's choir, one that I invented myself. This music was written by an astropath, but my charges and I hear in it is not what ordinary people hear. Its true depth and beauty cannot be fathomed without the Emperor's blessing. The music protects our minds from the rudimentary thoughts, purifies and sharpens them. But above all else, it serves as a beacon of sorts amid the tumultuous sea of souls, a thread to lead us home from the deadly maze. Have you made a confession lately? The choir master replies, slightly perplexed. I beg your ladyship's pardon.
If anything, too, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it's him.
I mean,
I don't know if he would care.
they have lost a lot because of the warp.
That's true, but he is also somebody who seems fairly well adjusted enough to not be faced by it.
Or just really good at putting his feelings aside. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living? How odd. He grimaces as though with pain. Odd that you should have listened to my confession, and odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why?
One or three.
I was led by curiosity. So what was your confession about? Astropaths seldom die of old age, your ladyship, unless one thinks of the inexorable drain our services on our life forces as an old age of sorts. More often, the warp claims us in its cruel ways, and I have lost many a fellow. He rubs the bridge of his nose, looking tired. Death always keeps close to astropaths, and its punishments for arrogance and weaknesses are severe. I have seen my fellows die, and at times the memories are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that, and a survivor who has carried their ghosts with them ever since. Vice lets out a ragged breath. My apologies, but I cannot continue worrying at these old wounds. Directing a choir requires a clear and firm state of mind. We will speak later, choir master. I have business to attend to. Goodbye, your ladyship. Choir master follows you with his otherworldly glowing gaze as you leave, then turns back to the cogitator. Yeah.
Interesting.
It made sense to me that it'd be him with some stuff he had mentioned. And it's not, he is well adjusted. It's just, in fact, that confession is probably a part of how he's as well adjusted as he is.
Mm-hmm.
He acknowledges it, states it in the confession so that it, to let it out somewhere, but then, continues on.
Is there money to be made?
Honestly, so far, he seems like one of the most well adjusted people I've seen in Warhammer 40k, just in general.
boy. Sigma AR-87.
Yes. Protect us from the machine spirit's unrest, for without his gifts, our sacrifices are fruitless. You can barely hear the voice of the young astropath standing very still next to the bulky mechanism. His face frozen in a mask of despair, his anemic hands are pressed to his chest, clutching crumpled strips of thick paper. He hears you approach and composes himself. That's not who I clicked on. Oh. Sigma AR-87. The engine seer, his head lowered, does not so much as glance in your direction. With his hands folded underneath his robe, he makes a barely audible, unpleasant sound. A prayer in technolingua. The engine seer is basically the chief engineer, right?
Well, is an engineer, but we lack a chief engineer. So he's an engineer, but not a chief engineer.
Tech priest who specializes in maintenance and repair of sacred machines. Technolingua. Binaric. Lingua technis. Cant mechanicus. A collection of dialects used by the Adeptus Mechanicus and its tech priests. Can be used as a spoken language with audio bursts or as a machine code with electrical signals. What is going on here? The sacred compiler is compiling. I can read, sorta, sometimes. The sacred compiler is ailing, your ladyship. A gloom has come over the machine spirits, and they are disrupting the mechanism's operation. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows you a stack of papers, and you notice at once that the rows of squiggles in each line all end with the same glyph. We summon the servants of the Omnissiah, but the machine spirits are none too eager to heed their prayers. The esteemed engine seer is in a state of tech prayer trance and hasn't moved from the spot for a day now. He shrinks his head into his shoulders timidly. I had the audacity to think the sacred compiler could be better helped by examining its parts, but who am I to question the secret knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus? Let us see if there is any way I can help. Fix the issue affecting the chapel's machinery.
How are you supposed to do that?
Wax-stained interpreter. Tech use, 63%.
Wait a minute.
It's just a temporary setback.
I did quick save first. Wax-stained interpreter is silent, having had a new thick candle set on top and a prayer offered the Omnissiah for the cleansing of the running gears. You feel confident that the machine will start working again in no time.
Okay, so quite
Let us
often
not
there
dawdle.
will be skill checks that if you fail them, they're just fucking borked.
Mhm.
So we don't have to do this now. We can come back when we have a character with some proper tech use, because we don't have anyone who's good at tech use. Are
Reloading.
you gonna?
I'm reloading the quick save I made.
Oh, before talking to him?
No, because I clicked on the thing and I failed.
Oh, you failed. I thought you succeeded. I'm sorry.
No.
Oh.
But I had clicked on it and you started saying something and that I couldn't stop my character fast enough.
Fine.
Our best tech use person is me, I think, at 43.
Yeah. So that's the percentages you're seeing are the best we can get, unless okay. So the sector we're in, we can get an engine seer, we can get a navigator, and we can get the crew. And the engine seer does have a much higher tech use. So this is something we can fix this chapter.
I always have a backup plan.
Look and see if you have anything that boosts tech use.
I was just curious what I even had. I have one thing equipped boosting my tech use, but it's only increasing it by 3.
Yeah.
Oh, there's also
just recommend we
faulty
come back later.
transcriber manipulators over here. Which is also 63%. Malfunctioning
Malfunction
cogitator.
Yeah.
Anything else?
There's at least 4 tech use skill checks that I saw.
No, I'm not seeing any others.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright. To another compartment.
I think we're pretty much going to head to the bridge and then use the void map to fly around the system or something.
Stopping by my quarters real quick.
Another quickie.
I put my portrait up there.
Mm-hmm.
This majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artist, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. Don't think there'll be anything else new. I think the vault is just a place I can store stuff if I want.
We have infinite storage space, so.
I don't know, maybe stuff will show up in it at some point. Like maybe that's where certain stuff will get delivered to or something. But there was a different chest for like the like DLC and related stuff. The like or deluxe edition stuff. Okay. Where are you? High Factotum Janris Danrock. Have you made a confession lately? Your ladyship, you're truly masterful at springing unexpected questions on a man. However, I must admit, I don't quite understand this one. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the barracks essentials, have they not? The factotum fidgets nervously with the rings on his fingers until he musters the courage to reply. I will not pry into how your ladyship found out about my confession. I suppose it raised some questions for you. You know, it seems like something Argenta would also approve of, considering she asked me to do stuff regarding the orphans. So I'm tempted to just go with 3 because of her influence.
Go ahead.
I'm willing to allocate extra resources to provide for the orphans. I marvel at your generosity. Will there be any specific instructions, your ladyship? Let's see. Make sure they get things that will bring them little moments of joy. Nothing extravagant, no spoiling the children. Only spend thrones on things that will keep them healthy, food, warm clothes, and training. Educate them so they may grow up to be of greater use to the ship. Assign teachers, supply books, and commend the best students with gifts. I like that one. Educate them so that they may grow up to be of greater use to the ship. Assign teachers, supply books, and commend the best students with gifts. The factotum bows his head in deference. A wise decision, your ladyship. 2 serfs with 1 shot. That is to say, it is good to know that the children will both learn and be rewarded for their diligence. Enough questions for now. I shall return later. So the third one was a woman.
Yeah. Which...
Sourback.
no, she's not that nice.
I'm just saying who it technically could be. Sourback, Vigdis. I think it's just Sourback or Vigdis.
Argenta.
I mean, technically it could be one of the party members, but I kind of doubt it.
What was the... I forget, what was the confession? Oh, third mention came from one who mentioned lop-eared kleppas.
Yeah. Seemingly interested in keeping them as pets, but they could be used as food if needed. And they do well on the low gravity of ships.
Vigdis.
When you approach, Vigdis pulls away from fine-tuning another box and bows her head. Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meeting. Lower your voice conspiratorially. The lop-eared kleppas. The confession. I assume you heard my confessional message. Vigdis replies without a hint of awkwardness. Do you wish to talk about it? I'm gonna go with 2. Because they sound kind of like rabbits.
They do, don't they?
Vigdis, I want a pair of kleppas aboard the ship. I am going to quote my mother's response. That is impossible. You see, the species went extinct several centuries ago. Vigdis's voice grows ever so slightly warmer. I am very sorry, Lord Captain. There aren't any kleppas to be had. Now I'm sad. And also now, number 1. The important question is why? I was fault-checking the Vox devices in the ship's reliquary. Message recording works, but deletion does not. You have helped me establish that. Thank you. Wait, why lop-eared kleppas specifically? At the time, I had nothing to repent of, so I dictated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother. As you heard, it contained arguments in favor of keeping lop-eared kleppas on the ship. I can still recite it from memory.
Fine.
Your confession perplexed the initiate. Find a way to delete it, and we shall forget about it. Will do, Lord Captain. Would you like to discuss other matters? That will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Now I'm sad. I wanted Klappas. That's just mean. The
Yeah,
devs are mean.
a little bit. All right, let's get out of here.
Getting my hopes up.
Go. Becomes a triple problem. They just grow exponentially.
Star systems. The events of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader take place in a vast region of space known as the Cronus Expanse. The sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You will find yourself scouring the void in search of routes, leading to new, uncharted systems. Discovering more routes as you explore the expanse. What you see before you is the map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest, then click on it to initiate the event or open the planet view. Oops. That was not what I meant to click on. I was trying to look at what it said and I accidentally, my finger twitched and I clicked. Distant star systems, well explored by the Imperium, conceal within themselves grim secrets from deep history. Okay. Where are we? Okay, there we are.
Okay, so going clockwise from us, Urek 5, that's the station that is suspiciously quiet.
Wait, which way is
Then
clockwise?
there's
Clock.
Urek 5
Okay.
has a name right by it, and I said it.
The guide made contact with the Navis Nobilate station. Okay, so
Yep,
that's
the
that.
Navis Nobilite station where we can get the navigators.
And
then there's
there's
an astropathic station, which is just a communications relay. Then there's Rykad Minoris, which
has 3 quests: New Blood, Machine Spirit Keeper, land on Rykad Minoris. A scan is required.
So New Blood is getting the extra people. Machine Spirit Keeper is Engine Seer. Then there's an unidentified void ship out there.
Yep. And then there's
Prison.
there's something with a weird name. Symbols for the name. Scan required. Visit Rykadiphilia, the prison planetoid. Ah. And then there's Rykad Majoris, which has scan required.
Yep.
Also, I can manage this void ship. Maintenance dock. Increase the flagship's hull integrity by +10. Okay, I don't have any new stuff to equip. But we got military plasteel void ship plating, Mark 100 auger array, glimmer pattern void shield array prototype, Latha pattern 2A engine, Ryza pattern plasma battery shortened, Ryza pattern plasma battery shortened, Mezoa macro cannons, Mezoa lance weapon, and Mars pattern prow battery. Then there's the ram that can be upgraded. Increases ram damage and reduces damage suffered when ramming another void ship. And the hull can be upgraded, which increases hull integrity.
Mhm.
Should we do those?
Not right now. It costs scrap, 50 scrap to upgrade either one once, and we only have 100 scrap.
Ah,
Scrap is used for more than just upgrading, so might as well hold on to it for now. Also, at the top, components, features, and posts. Features, you can level up the ship like a character.
okay.
And posts, you can
Compost.
assign certain characters,
Ah,
but it's based on their skills. So, for example, Supreme Commander is selected. You can see that your character, persuasion's
is
used for Supreme Commander.
so my character. I mean, that kind of makes sense that my character should be the Supreme Commander.
Yep, but and you also click on, say, Shield Master. Well, that uses tech use, and currently you're also the highest for tech use.
Hmm. Swing run. Flagship flies in a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement.
Yeah, and also certain characters in certain positions give access to certain skills.
Mm-hmm. Master Cannoneer. Skill required, demolition. This post manages onboard artillery.
That's Argenta.
Torpedo control. Gives control of the nearest torpedo salvo, granting it 5 VMP. Only works on torpedo salvos that were launched on another turn.
Via void movement points.
She also has expeditious reload. It reloads all macro cannons that were fired during the acceleration phase. Shield Master. Tech use. Master of Maneuvers. Athletics. The post oversees execution of the ship's movement and maneuvers, which currently best is Abelard.
Yep, Abelard.
Warp Channeler. The post performs various warp abilities. Lore Warp. I find it kind of fun.
Score for it.
I find it kind of funny that I'm better at it than you. Or no, I'm not better than you. I'm better at it than Adira. Sorry, my brain.
It's lore warp. Adira doesn't necessarily know
True.
more about the lore.
And then Argenta is just like no.
Master of Etherics assign that to Adira.
Yeah. Awareness. This post analyzes the ship's auger and vox systems, always watchful for traces of the warp. Arc augury. Well, you're the best choice for either warp channeler or tech use, because I'm on Supreme Commander. And with tech use, you have reinforced shields.
Yeah, put me in Shield Master for now.
Okay. And then Master of Maneuvers.
Abelard and no Warp Channeler.
Or we put Abelard in Warp Channeler and... Oh no, Argenta's already in something. I'm dumb.
Yeah, we have 5 characters for 6.
No, I was forgetting she was already in some... That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but these posts have 3 skills, but they're locked until stuff is done. So most of these people aren't even giving those abilities.
Okay. Oh, there's where it sheds. Where it sheds. There's where it says how much scrap we have.
I will say that there is a bit of a timed element to this. So which one we go to first makes a difference to the other 2. As far as the main quest locations. Urek 5, Reichhead Minoris, and the not explored to the south?
So Meowdy, Johnny, doing all right. Finally made it to actually flying somewhere. How are
Yeah,
you
the one to
doing?
the south is the prison planetoid, and the reason for going there is there's a chance that the interrogator went that way.
Interrogate?
The Imperial
Oh,
Inquisitor.
yeah. Then Yurak 5 is where we can get new navigators.
Yep. And Rykad Minoris is the Engineer Prime and additional crew that we are lacking.
Like, it makes sense to go to the station first because it's right there.
Mhm.
No worries. I'm thinking go ahead and go with Yurak 5 first.
Okay.
And then figure out anything else after that.
The only thing I know that makes any sort of difference is Urek 5 is suspiciously silent, and Rykad Minoris has active combat going on it, whereas everything else we just don't know.
Yeah. Lord Captain, Astropathic Choirmaster Zachary Weiss is asking to speak to you via a private channel. Greetings, your ladyship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. This scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the dynasty's worlds. It is coming from the Rykad system's astropathic station. What is the nature of this scream? We do not know, your ladyship, but it has brought the Immaterium to a boil. It has always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to any who would consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness where expelled images fuse together, twisting and cackling, before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Imperium, and it fills me with terror. If the scream stops, will we be able to contact someone? I humbly hope so, your ladyship. Perhaps we will manage to send a call for aid to the Von Valancius worlds or one of the dynasty's allies. That seems more urgent than the
Well,
silent station.
we also can't leave this system without an engineer and a navigator and a crew.
Mhm.
So communications outside this system, I personally don't think is as big of a worry
Well, we
as
could
the
potentially
others.
call in reinforcements, though,
That's true.
or
I don't
even
know how
have,
likely they are to get here on time, though.
a new engine seer and navigators delivered to us if we can't get them
Possibly.
in this system.
Possibly.
We are going to pay a visit to that station. Thank you, your ladyship. So yeah, I think
I don't
now.
think there is a wrong choice,
Oh,
but I will say on my playthrough, I went to Rykad Minoris first. So I'm interested to see how things are different.
since we're so close to this station, I feel like it still makes sense to stop at Yurak 5 first.
Yeah.
And then continue on to the astropathic station.
Quote unquote on the way there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lord Captain, reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to the Urak 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite house requires aid, and therefore it cannot respond to our Vox transmission.
I'm kidding.
Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays the cadent sound of grinding gears and cackling timbers. I am sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Scan, I think?
Yep.
Order the auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static in Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators heralds ignoring us? Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. The Imperium's enemies wear a million guises, whether it be the traitorous heretic, the devious Xenos, or the spawn of chaos. Their fate is one and the same, to burn in the righteous flame of the God Emperor.
I don't like the eye decorations. It looks very zinch.
I'm going to be right back while we're still on the loading screen.
Sure.
I need to use the restroom. I am back. Meow.
Welcome back.
Uncle.
This looks normal.
Pathetic worm.
Thanks.
You dare to argue with your master? It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed. Confess! What was the old man's last command? What are you planning? Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Which is signed to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Royal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Arcelio, I command you to execute the infidels. Interesting. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face. And not just his own blood. Two jet black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness.
You're too good to talk to these people.
I'm gonna go with the first one. Answer in High Gothic. I am rogue trader Lesporide von Valancius, and I am no enemy of the Navis Nobilite. This system has been under the protection of the Winterskill dynasty for many years. Admittedly, I did not expect to meet another rogue trader in my lifetime, let alone one of noble blood. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of the station. So you did not come to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Urac 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list.
I got no squabble in what the fuck you guys are doing here. Just give me a navigator.
I find the second one funny. I came here in search of a navigator, so you are coming with me. Provide me with a navigator, and I will immediately depart the station. I do not think this is possible. Urac 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, Alec gestures at the disorder around him, you have chosen an opportune time for negotiations. What is happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal. Most banal thing in the life of the nobilate. Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Urac 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Felix falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff onto the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. Four is mildly tempting, but what kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet, Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet, Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Arcelio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How do I... Mm, why should I help?
mean,
I
yeah,
guess...
that too.
Because he's saying he doesn't have any... They don't give navigators out anyway.
Yeah.
Why should I help you? You came to this station for a reason. House Arcelio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators.
There we go.
How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod, and the tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it is so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, descendant of the von Valancius line? Um... I'm looking at 3, 4, and 5.
4 or 5.
The road trader's aid will cost House Sorcelio, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. Felix's reply sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters, but should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Items received, phylactery of blood. A sealed vial engraved with the initials CTEO.
The awareness check over on the left, I got a 75. What do you have?
100%.
Okay.
We'll go do that.
Over.
The corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain and the hands are fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery.
I always keep my options open.
Multi-key and cargo. Ooh, combat.
Athletics. 18%.
White,
Jump.
I can 100.
bright,
Hey.
pure color. So riddled with horrible veins that carry the
Quick save.
poison of fear and pain throughout. Who are you? Why are you crying? Do you see that?
Trap.
Rise to the top.
Demolition
or
to disarm.
Get left in
It's
the dust.
Argenta's the best bet.
I'm restless.
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this
Traps.
abode
There
of
are traps
noble
up ahead.
navigators, Then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
There's a trap up ahead. Order your character to disable it. If a character enters a trapped area or fails to test to disarm it, the trap will trigger, dealing damage and inflicting injuries on all characters within its area of effect. Sometimes you'll see a trap marked with a red area and a connecting dotted line. This line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. However, the cursor over the mechanism... Okay, basic trap stuff.
I will lead us to fortune.
Seems to be combat on the other side. Shall I charge across?
There's a... Over here, there's a meta key. Check.
This
Uh,
could be an opportunity.
70% for me.
Hold on. There's a trap. So...
The Emperor sets my path. Never doubt me.
Yeah, I got 70%. What about you?
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
75.
Okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
See.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open.
Just cargo.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Stand firm. We must not let the miscreants defile House Orselio. Fire at will for House Orselio.
Oh, did you go down the steps?
No, I don't think so.
Purge them!
Speeding up animations in combat. In combat, you can significantly increase the animation speed of your enemies and allies. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, there's over here.
Ah.
On it. It's as good as done.
Try to ignore the people on the left, center left if you can. Or is that the only people you can shoot?
I don't know. You can definitely hit two of them. But everyone else is basically too far away.
I recommend doing a single shot, then run and gun for first.
Yeah, everyone else is so far away that it's just really low chance to hit.
Yeah.
Although if I
kinda
shoot
wanna-
the squad commander, I can maybe hit the guy behind him also. There.
Give it a try.
But if I shoot this guy on near us on the left, it's 95%.
Yeah, I guess.
But no, I'm gonna shoot the ones over there.
Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
32 and 50 is 82, right?
Didn't work.
I'll do it.
Wait. Oh, never mind. I got confused for a moment.
Yeah, now you can kill the guy on the left. Might as well.
Only 70% chance now.
Yeah, because you're winded. Sorry.
As the Emperor commands, each strike is a
There you
prayer.
go.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
You can only use Furious Recital once per combat, by the way.
Hmm.
I'll see to it personally.
Okay.
Rejoice in battle! Eradicated. This is unacceptable.
You're stuck out in the open.
Yeah. I was hoping that was going to be more effective than it was. But it should be okay. I mean, they're pretty fucking far away.
Shields me.
Yeah. That's
But of course. Will do.
Too far out of range. Way far out of range.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, you might as well shriek the guy on the left.
Mm-hmm. I was just checking something.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Squeeze.
Ow.
Mhm. Hopefully Abelard can take some punishment.
My faith strengthens me. Break them all!
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Die! Oh.
He accidentally shot the squad commander, and then's like, "Oh, here, heal you." Healed.
You can give an extra turn to someone, but I don't know if that's worth it. Unless you get it on Abelard and he closes in.
Well, if I use Finest Hour, that gives AP and MP both,
Yeah,
and no attack limit.
yeah. I don't know if Argenta can get to a good firing position. I don't know if Sardine can get close enough to do anything.
I don't think Argenta can because of they're on higher ground.
Yeah.
But
Like, she could go up and hide behind the bookshelf, but she would have terrible line of sight issues.
yeah. Whereas Abelard probably has the best chance of actually getting in there.
Mm-hmm.
He could go after the ones on the right.
So if he has...
Because he can probably move up here and then charge them.
Yeah, possibly. Let me see something for Abelard. I did pick up a trait which gives him increased range on charge, so that might work.
Alright, let's go for it.
Accept your lot.
I should have voice commanded you first, but I forgot. Oh well. You'll be slightly less overpowered when you do it.
By the way, this is like pretty much the origin of the Sick'em Abelard meme.
Fortunately, yeah, he is too far away for me to be able to
that's
voice
fine.
a command now.
He's got some damage resistance going on. He's got some buffs going on. He's okay.
Who, if not me?
I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but I'm gonna try it.
You can't move to get closer. It doesn't really do anything. I mean, I'll take it.
Anything else? Injuries will not slow me.
The majority of it's going to be hitting that cover.
Doubt is for the weak.
Okay. Why didn't you move her first?
I forgot.
Okay.
That's entirely it. I just forgot because I'm not used to only being able to move before attacking. Still, that's just a oddity of this particular system.
Was that you? Or... I know what is to come.
Yeah.
I took care of this one. One fewer target. Follow my lead. Stay vigilant. Weapon at the ready.
run up behind Argenta and use the oath. If that does anything. See if it gives her movement points.
Oh, yeah.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll see to it, personally.
Nope, just AP. Good to know. Bonk. It hit the cover, over-penetrated the cover. Hit the guard, over-penetrated the guard. Missed the guard behind him.
Also, that also affected Adira.
Wait, Adira? Oh yeah, I guess it's the 8 box, not the 4 box.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to know.
That is not my destiny.
Only 3 shots left in the bolter.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! I'll do it.
Oh, that's
is
3.
not the
I was thinking that was
Emperor's
2 AP, but it's 3 AP. Oh well.
Weather the storm. It's nothing. Will do. On it. Will do. Be gone.
Follow my lead.
Uh,
He was actually in range for Adira to pretend she's Black Canary, and it killed
Cross the
him.
entire map, Abelard. Good job, Abelard.
Showed that pillar.
I mean, better than nothing.
Mm.
Don't let your guard down.
Shoot him.
I can't.
Then pass your turn so someone else can.
Let's try to decide whether or not to give someone a turn.
Give it to Abelard. He can fucking kill him.
But I can't.
Oh. Give it to my character. I can get halfway there and then end my turn.
It doesn't have it doesn't give movement.
Oh.
Hold on. What are we at on? How much do we need for someone else to be able to use their heroic act?
We're currently at 162. It triggers at 175, so we need 13.
When I give them a turn, does that get an increase for the start of that turn also?
Don't think so. And even if it did, it would give them the resolve, and most people's resolve is like 4, 6, 4, 4, 4. Yeah.
Well, I'm curious if it does. I just want to see.
Yes, it does. We went from 162 to 168, and Argenta's one who has 6. Okay, try and shoot him.
But that was supposed to. I thought that was supposed to give also additional momentum also. But oh, she actually has. Oh nope, she hit that. Okay. Oh, she tried.
Yep.
Okay, well, oh, I think I'm just too far away to actually.
Yeah, that's the problem with these small
I'll see
guns.
to it personally.
Showed that desk.
Yes.
Reload Argenta and then fire off a shot.
Commands, I act. Each strike is
go.
a prayer.
Level up.
Hey, we level up fast. Seems like.
If in the early game, yes, but it very quickly.
Okay,
drops
do a
off.
quick save. Leveling. Let's see. So a talent and characteristic. Commanding voice is starting to sound more appealing. I just found a way to give MP with my give a turn thing that can be used every turn.
Hmm.
Physical encouragement. Whenever an ally starts a turn, including an extra turn, adjacent to the officer, that ally gains additional MP equal to 2. Which it's 2 because that's my fellowship bonus divided by 2. So I just have to run up to them and then tell them to go do shit. And then they'll get movement points on that turn as well as the action points. Oh, you go on. Also, the noble servant gains +2 movement points every turn, so that'd make it so as long as I'm telling my servant to take an extra turn, they would get movement points.
Nice.
I think that the stuff for doing that might be better than commanding voice currently. Oh, actually, no. I think I just need the extra range on commanding voice. Honestly, I'm gonna go with that.
I am done leveling up. I'm going to AFK for a minute.
Hmm.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Does the burst attack thing count as a area attack? Ranged area attack?
Maybe, I think. No, burst ranged attacks are not area ranged attacks. Area
Okay.
Ranged area attacks hit all locations in an area with one shot. Burst fires multiple shots in the area, being possible targets.
So concentrated fire would be something that would help with like the melt a gun thing I have, but not with her burst or with Argenta's burst fire with the
Right. So it mouse over area attack.
mm,
Sorry, I'm watching this stream. It's a little delayed.
area attack deals
Yeah.
damage to all creatures in its area of effect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be a flamethrower or melt a gun. That would not be the bolt or burst fire.
Yeah. I thought that might be the case, I just wasn't entirely sure. I'm thinking controlled shot because I could use it to so then I could burst fire and not have to worry about allies being in the path. I just controlled shot first.
Yeah, but they cost AP.
Yeah, 1 AP, but it makes the soldier and their allies automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. There's not a whole lot that looks especially appealing here.
What does dash do?
Soldier immediately dashes in the selected direction, spending all their movement points. Does not provoke attacks of opportunity, allows the soldier to dash through allies and enemies, but not through obstacles.
Okay. Rapid fire.
Soldier's next ranged burst attack will have its base rate of fire doubled, but deal 25% less damage. All the shots will follow random trajectories.
So that would be good if you are like close up on a target, because instead of firing essentially 4 shots for 400% damage, you'd be firing 8 shots for 8 times 5. Yeah, so it's instead of 400% damage, it'd be 600% damage. So that's plus
It,
50% damage.
it'd be
if
good
you land
against
with
things
it.
like that demon we
Chaos
fought
Spawn.
earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chaos Spawn.
Or if there's just a very dense pack of enemies, but they all have low HP, then like if she's overkilling stuff anyways, rapid fire means there's just more shots downrange.
I thought. Some of these things have abilities as prerequisites, but it doesn't look like any of this stuff. Oh, unaltering fire requires rapid fire, so that it makes it so no rapid fire no longer reduces damage. Tenderites, not one of those. Okay, apparently, there's not. It's not going to tell me easily. Okay, forewarning requires controlled shot. While the soldier has an ally adjacent to them, controlled shot costs 1 AP less to use. So that allows controlled shot to be used for free if there's an ally adjacent to them. On the double requires entrench. The next season running gun, when used after entrench, grants additional 5 movement points. Tactical disengage requires dash. Dash does not end the soldier's movement for the turn. Enemies adjacent to the starting point of dash will consider the soldier their lowest priority target during the next turn. Okay. Well, looking at that, at what can be gotten, like possibly next level up, or something because of, or later on because of taking one of these. Rapid fire, I think, has the best follow up, with controlled shot being the second best. Because controlled shot makes it fairly easy for me to get rid of that AP cost on it. But rapid fire would be good for basically certain types of boss or mini boss fights. And I can get something to get rid of the damage, the reduced damage on it, which then makes it more valuable, even if it's not in that particular scenario, because it doesn't matter as much if some of the shots miss. It can be more shots having a chance to hit. So I'm gonna go with rapid fire, and I'm grabbing ballistic skill, I think, for a characteristic.
Sorry, I'm running through my own math on stuff, so I'm not exactly paying 100% attention.
So doing that. And Adira. Uh,
Oh, sorry.
I love how I was telling me about consumables when it's far from being the first time we found consumables.
Yeah.
Might go with joint offense. The operative's allies gain plus 1% hit chance and critical hit chance while attacking targets affected by exploits.
I mean, that's +1 to hit and +1 crit hit chance for everything on the field, essentially. Which, it's nice that it affects everything on the field without having to do anything, but 1%?
But it also, they gain a stack every time the operative gets a turn. And the operative can add another, like, 2 stacks to his target each turn as well.
But what? No, it says while attacking targets affected by exploits, not per exploit
Mm.
for joint offense.
Oh, it is
Now
just
that
okay. I was misreading
now,
it.
now that 1% is blue, so if you mouse over the 1%, you can see what makes it increase.
Int bonus divided by 2.
Yep. So for every 20 points of int, it's another +1 to hit, +1 crit chance. Maybe?
This actually sounds a little more useful. Offensive pattern prediction. The operative suffers 8% less damage from enemies affected by exploits, which is
Yeah,
5
that's not
plus
bad.
int bonus. caused.
Let me know when you're done leveling her up.
Mhm. Grabbing advice and guidance. So now, whenever I put that psychic defensive buff on characters, it'll also give them +10 weapon skill and ballistic skill until the end of combat.
That's nice.
Okay.
Right. So before you run around and take a look at things, take a look at the inventory. I went around and looted some bodies. There's some scrappy auto pistols, which differ from the normal auto pistols in that they have slightly higher damage, but no armor penetration. So just full armor value applied. They also have slightly lower rate of fire for burst. There's a couple las guns, which are like the las pistols, but they're rifles instead of pistols. I've actually swapped out Sardine and Abelard's secondary weapon, which were pistols for las guns, because if they're in melee range with people, they've got their swords out. If they're not in melee range with people, I want a longer ranged weapon. So the las guns are good. You might want to go with them for Les Porte and Adira's ranged options, because those, I mean, the shotgun and the pistols aren't hitting shit. So it's
Well,
an option. Adira's got ranged options,
yeah.
but Les Porte doesn't. But Les Porte, like, speaking from experience, an officer or whatever can happily spend all their AP buffing allies. You barely have any for yourself to spend attacking.
Yeah.
And that problem doesn't get any easier the more the thing goes on. Flak chest plates have popped up. We have 6 of those. They're medium armor, so you get a 25% penalty to whatever your dodge rating is. But it's got 20% armor, which might matter for some people, it might not. It's worse than what Argenta has. Both Adira and Les Porte have light armor.
It reduces the incoming damage by 5%, but reduces the dodge chance from 45% to 27%.
Yep. Which I don't think that's necessarily worth it. I almost swapped it out for Abelard's heavy armor, because heavy armor reduces dodge by 50% instead of 25%, and it's not a whole lot more armor on his heavy armor, but it gives heavy armor gives armor deflection, which is just straight up DR, which that is worth keeping onto for now. And Sardine is going to try and rely on parrying and dodging, so I want to keep her in light armor if I can. But yeah, there's a Ripper auto pistol, which solid projectile pistol, slightly higher armor pen, quite a sizable rate of fire. Like, this thing has a rate of fire of 8. So a burst with that is just going to be unloading, but it's got a very low base damage. I think the if you have just a straight up auto pistol, I think the Ripper auto pistol is probably an upgrade.
I have the Corrupted Inferno pistol and
Yeah,
the
just keep
Heirloom auto
that.
pistol. So
yeah, you're fine as far as that goes.
I'm contemplating swapping out the blast wave for a las gun.
Yeah, because I mean, it's nice to have a shotgun in case something gets into melee range. But honestly, the problem we've been having the last couple fights is trying to get into melee range.
And if something gets that close, Inferno Blast.
Yeah.
For only 1 AP.
So yeah, you can put the las gun in there. Las guns have dodge reduction. They're good at hitting targets with high dodge and targets behind cover. But if you hit the cover, you're doing absolutely nothing because it doesn't really have any overpen.
And then I'll give the blast wave to Adira in place of her shotgun.
Yep.
The blast wave is better because it'll always push enemies back.
Yeah. tempted to split up the frag grenades, 2 to Sardine and 2 to Adelard, but honestly, I don't even know if they're that worth it, because there's just not that many of them, so I don't know if they're going to make a difference.
I don't know. Now,
There's a number of
mutated
things.
flesh sample. A flesh sample with
Yeah.
numerous outgrowths covered in a mesh of bluish-black veins.
There's a number of things around here that look vaguely questish, so I was leaving them for you.
Meteorite chunk. A shard of fused meteorite, still cold with the icy breath of the void. There was something over here that lit up when we came over earlier, like a chest in the on the wall.
Oh, that's where like one of the special auto pistols on the grenades were.
Okay. Just making sure it hadn't, like, disappeared on us.
Oh, no. The statue over here of the Lady Navigator statue looks pristine and new.
Let us not dawdle.
Intercepted conversations between security officers. Tremendous honor. Yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the God Emperor. Well, you are a strapping lad. You will probably make it for a cycle or 3. Has worn down better men than me. What even is the point of if your brains turn into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shitstein that kept stealing our low.
Oh, what
Oh?
happened to that one?
Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down.
Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, no, you read it.
Calm down. Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed. Be quiet! He might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our head because someone forgot to check the catering unit. We haven't let in a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he finds out that Keeper Felix didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterskill's most recent visit. Throne forbid. I try and steer clear of the squabbles among the highborn. Some of Keeper Felix's orders may make little sense. Like last time, he commanded that we cut off the communications with Reichhead and Mars for a while. Why would he do that? It looks like he grew tired of the Winterscale science visits. Well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Felix. That's right. If the Highborn have grown tired of each other, let them deal with it. This library is full of treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from Astra Militarum tacticians to Adeptus Mechanicus genitors.
Interesting.
Keep your wits about you.
It's Pontius Siphius Galasius on the training of worthy servants at the court of the Navis Nobilite. I'm gonna let you read this one.
I think it's Navis Nobilite, not Navis Nobilite.
I don't know.
A good majordomo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate perfect gardens for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful servant always makes sure the mistress's rooms and garments are clean. Lesson 2. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. Lesson 3. A faithful servant offers her mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Lesson 4. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to their mistress. Lesson 5. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. So, less than 3 hours for 5 servants on the hair. Lesson 6. A faithful servant lives for their mistress and gladly gives their life for her as well. Lesson 7. A faithful servant. Spoiled little shit.
You talking about the navigator
Lady
or my
Navigator,
character?
Yes. I got a 95% on that Lore Imperium. What do you got?
100%.
Do it.
That's how it's done.
Statue by the famous Calexian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. 23rd year of this millennium. Original.
And other goods in the things.
Data crypt H40KO. The data crypt carries an inscription on its fuse casing. H-40-KO. Then we've got 2 doors we can open.
Side and the main.
They were guarding both.
Most seem to be up here on the side.
Including the
But
squad
that may
commander.
just be. It may just be because it was a more tactically advantageous position, though.
I know how to take risks.
The Emperor gave me a vision. I better myself through my service.
Is there money to be made?
Navigator flesh sample. A flesh sample with fragments of scales and rudimentary webbed fingers.
Hmm.
Damned warp. If we'd been in real space,
Cargo?
I'd have... Spare me your wailing, witch. Every voice that sounds in your mind is a whisper
Athletics
of
up
the archenemy.
ahead.
Yep. Abelard, check it.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Oh, there's somebody there. Another Mars pattern sword.
And noble
Ooh.
silk gloves. +5 bonus
Hey.
persuasion.
Ferdinand, you have a new toy.
Yeah, those are better for me than the tech use gloves. So. I'm going to give the tech use gloves to Adira for now.
Okay.
They do bump her up to 38, so almost useful.
I always have a backup plan. Well, what do we have here?
Trap. Oh, no, no. Got. I was trying to click on it to disarm it, and it decided no, you're just walking forward.
Because that wasn't one you can disarm by clicking on it. There was a line coming off of it showing where the disarm was.
And I didn't see it in time, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I dodged the thing anyway, so we just lost 20 XP. That's all. Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You are in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir. I know, you are all traitors. Traitors, all of you, they told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you?
Okay.
Um,
That was you shooting at him.
I mean, he pointed a gun at me. Wasn't very smart.
Las pistols, autoguns, flak armor.
Another data crypt, although this one is H41 OK.
Okay. Ooh, research notes of Navis
Always keep your eye on
Laboratorum,
the prize.
Custodium Fortuna Orselio, Part 13. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so we could study the influence of the rebellious Immaterium on the flesh of Navis Nobilite. Or Nobilite. You fucking called me to do it now. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. This was my worst idea that I could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the into the formula. All of the data related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt K040H. I will get back to them later once I'm done with experiment H41OK.
That's the
Have I
one I just
mentioned that
picked up.
have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless? Although its shining granules could be used for new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. What's your tech use on these doors? Oh, that one just opens.
They all just open. Oh, wait. This one?
No,
Oh, this one is locked.
this one.
Let's see.
What is it?
80%.
Okay, yeah, use the tech use, the far right one.
I'll learn from this
Womp
mistake.
womp. Let me try.
I have proven myself
Aw.
yet again.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
90%.
I always get the job done.
Cargo.
Cargo.
Long lass, a sniper rifle las gun.
Ooh.
Carapace chest plate, light armor with 20% armor instead of 15, so a straight upgrade to the armored body glove, and 2 fire grenades. All right. Check the inventory. The long lass, compared to the last gun, has like 3 times the damage, 25% additional hit chance. It doesn't have burst fire, but instead has Deadeye shot, which costs 2 AP for a plus 50% chance to hit. Sorry, a plus 50% chance to effective range of weapon, and a plus 10% chance to hit. So that would mean its effective range goes from 18 to 27.
Hmm.
Somebody needs to use that. Maybe you, actually.
Yeah, it's got enough stuff improving chance to hit that it helps offset my lower skill.
Yeah.
And helps me to stay more in the back.
Mhm. What was it? So carapace armor is slightly better armored body glove. Could Serdine wear that since she is kind of a frontline light armor user?
The carapace chestplate? Yeah,
Yep.
it makes sense.
I like that it changes the character model too. All right, what else we got?
Oh, you're
That was
starting to
that.
look more like a bodyguard.
Yeah, and I can still jump around and hop about like a ninja. There's a bunch of servants in this room here.
Ooh.
There's something red on the wall. I don't think that's a light. I think that's growth.
I tried talking
Keep
to
your wits about you.
Oof, but that didn't do anything. So, let's see.
Yeah, his
For some
tongue
reason, the
cut
arch
out.
enemy Twisted Influence has found its way onto the station.
Yeah, these people have had their tongues cut out.
Oh, Oof has had his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the
Oh.
lesser servants of House Orselio. Received rough, bloody sketch.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
A crumpled sheet of paper with a drawing of a tall woman and a dark-eyed monster, painted with fresh blood.
Interesting.
Let us not dawdle.
Awaken the cogitator spirit. Well, you got the tech use.
The cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator.
Wakey, wakey.
You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. But eventually, the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator's systems. Examine the log. The archive data stored on the cogitator's local data crypt is partially encrypted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox report 12AH890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help. Something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. If you're in doubt, shoot to kill. Following Vox recordings are too badly destroyed to make out even a single word. Examine the recent entries of the incident log. Report X880 originator. Classified. Date. Classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains pre-processed. Report X886 originator. Classified. Date. Classified. The negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Report X891. Originator classified. Date classified. Data expunged. Examine the station's docking log. Log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aranto Orselio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Examine the security and life support logs. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life, and a singular repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning: damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning: living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning: unable to access the station's docking system. Warning: energy regulation system, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning: view the encrypted data. Something buzzes in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Required access level: security captain or above. Current access level: senior security officer.
Breakthrough.
85% chance.
Yeah, not bad.
Break through the Machine Guardian's defenses. Success! You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors were
Unhappily.
unhappily. I suck at reading.
Want me to read this then?
Yes, please.
Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the Purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands, having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness, now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child, delete, picked, low, disable, access, code, annul, station, controls, delete, active, shuttle, self-destruct, purge, command, log. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald has not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that..."
Return to the list of the available commands. Request data on the station's navigators.
After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Felic Orselio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orselio, location upper chambers, status alive. Calamira Orselio, location upper chambers, status deceased. Alexius Orselio, location lower levels, status deceased. Rasmus Estevan Orselio, location unknown, status deceased.
Don't know where he is, but we know he's dead.
He ain't alive, that's all we know.
Uh,
The child, location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit, status, unknown error. Attention, calming procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact the station keeper or the Navis Laboratorium custodian. The child is unhappy. Everyone fucking panic.
main elevator controls.
A few manipulations with the switches make you realize the elevator to the upper chambers is locked.
Activate the elevator.
Processing query confirmed.
Return to the list of available commands.
Beep boop, motherfucker. Help! Rocket Minoris is not in any position to help.
Call Rectad Minoris for help.
The system cannot carry out command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms.
Switch to the main chamber controls.
The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine spirits grant you access to the station control, or at least its parts that still obey the cogitator.
Open all doors on the level. It sounds like a terrible idea.
Sure.
I'm doing it.
Cogitator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirits had fled their mechanical casket. But your assumption is incorrect, as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted. Processing. 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 Error. Blurp is required. Wait a minute.
That's not
Wait.
any of these.
That's correct. If only we had went and got the engines here, maybe this would be different.
Because like it starts with 0 or 010, and these all start 011.
Yep. No. There we go.
That's the closest in length.
Yeah, sure. Oh, well, if it's depressurized, then you push a few buttons on the control panel, but the system rebels and keeps resetting your commands. According to the data, the compartment you're trying to open is depressurized.
Oh. That's why I was thinking it'd be a bad idea to just open all the doors. Because parts of the place are depressurized.
It takes a few moments to gather data from the station's active systems and produces the following message. The protocol has been executed. The passage has been opened. Cogitator takes a few moments to gather data from the station's active systems. According to the report, this door has already been opened. Same. What did you do?
I think I opened the door we hadn't opened.
Aha! Well, fantastic. The vid screen blinks, and the mechanism's machine's core emit a quiet hum.
Step away from the cogitator.
Before you break the station further.
You think the machine spirits and reset the operating protocol.
Alright.
I always have a backup.
I guess we'll go check that door that we hadn't done yet. What's that?
That's bad warp juju.
Too many. Adira says, too many voices. I can hear their rage. The door is open. Come and avenge us, they say. Okay.
Medicaid 80%.
75%.
Found biogel, black water, and unidentified acid.
KO40H. Data crypt.
A psi crystal.
The caustic stench of reagents sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody want to destroy the laboratory or find some.
Poke of the Medicaid.
Accomplished.
Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor, barely discernible traces stretch to the side, opposite the entrance. Alright.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
What the hell is that? Do you see that?
They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Oh, some goods over here.
Tissue flask, data crypt connector, catalyst flask, reagent flask.
Oh, something to read. Research notes.
Research notes of Navis, Laboratum, Custodian, Fortuna, Urselio, Part 12. More and more servants are being influenced by the Immaterium and has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finely grinding ingredients to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstance. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. How does he know he's in a game? This calls for something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. The tech priest blessed the data crypt H410K for the calculated number of chrono turns, which means it has no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the Technomats to deliver the sacred mechanism into Mako's Dioctisius's capable hands.
Okay.
Dioctius.
More goods over here. Adamantine or adamantine. Well, I'm assuming you clicked on something.
Yeah, I clicked on remake the control rod. It took 10 minutes and we now have the control rod.
Data crypt connector.
Another thing for me to read. Laboratory Journal H4045LS. Experimental section, the child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Access level, or Celio T prime. Experiment H45451.
I always
Subgroup
keep my
lowborn
options
male.
open.
Test subjects exhibit signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in a laboratory chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. They cut open their stomach and strangled themselves with their intestines. Got it.
Holy.
The subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abdominal tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Experiment H45452, subgroup lowborn female. The test subject died within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chambers. Most had their tongues bitten off or their jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of the skull. Cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting on the walls or floors. Experiment H45453, subgroup, a paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by a manufactorum accident, male. Test subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue. During Regent Aranto Orselio's visit to the child, the test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought in food. A lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. Experiment H45454, subgroup, defective offspring of Lord P. Orsilio, pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation, owing to the mutation of tissues required for installation of the obligatory augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. Additionally, they display an overall feeble-mindedness of mind, female. The test subjects mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from a resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. I don't like this place.
All right. Well, data crypt. I'm putting in KO40H.
Okay. We have like
Actually,
journals describing what each of them do.
I forget what the.
Which one are you putting in?
I was
40 or 41?
was looking at 040H, but actually 41 OK I think is the one that's had the most positive about it.
Yeah, 41 OK was blessed by the priests. 40 KO is the one that malfunctioned.
Yeah, right. I'm
But
putting in
41 OK is fine.
41 OK.
Recommend finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. We discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winter Scale Dynasty. So, let's see here.
Psi crystal?
Psi crystal and mutated flesh.
We have a
also
flesh
navigator
sample and a mutated flesh sample.
We also have a navigator flesh sample. Let's see here.
And we know not to use the acid.
Yeah.
We have a biogel and we have black water.
Remember seeing something about Blackwater in one of these. Did we just not pick it up?
Pretty sure we picked all of them up. It's part 13. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised. I'm lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the fail fresh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All of the data related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt K040H. So that information is in.
A different data crypt.
Which I have it, I just don't know, like, where I can look at it, the information. Like, I could put it in the thing, but.
Let's see here. Catalyst flask. Biogel in the catalyst flask, maybe? Do we have nothing for the reagent flask? Oh, we've got to put it in the transducer. So the transducer can take a meteorite chunk, adamantine chunk, or Psi-crystal. I think we put in the Psi-crystal to that, yes?
That seemed to be the one that had the best result. What was that?
Yeah, because the meteorite chunk was useless, save for making into paint. The adamantine had promise, but was like too unstable or something. But they're like, oh, but the
adamantine dust with the black water was bad.
Okay, but they said something about promise from the crystals from Winter Scale. Okay. Do I have your permission to put the Psi crystal in the transducer?
So I just try and take a quick other look at what stuff what information we have. Yeah, go ahead.
What a peculiar thing.
Okay.
crystal dust.
And we, yeah, let's take that.
All right.
And
Put that in the reagent flask.
yep. And catalyst, I think we have a choice between acid, black water, and biogel.
I think
Now,
the
I think,
biogel.
yeah, it's more interesting result possibly. Data crypt connector, you put in H41OK.
Yeah.
And tissue flask.
Either the flesh sample or the mutated flesh sample, looks like.
I mean, why not navigator flesh sample?
It doesn't give that option.
I mean, navigators are mutants, so that is technically mutated flesh. But okay, we'll put in the mutated sample and see what happens. Yes? Yes, is that what you want?
I just was looking at the.
Oh.
Oh, we don't have the biogel. There we go. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to put in the mutated flesh sample.
Right. And then I will activate the device.
Yep.
This could be an opportunity.
Adaptive
Goods in
antidote. Grants immunity to toxic damage, inflicts a -10 penalty to toughness until the end of combat.
Interesting.
I think we should use the regular flesh sample.
Possibly. Immunity to toxic damage, that can be fucking, like, key. I can put the adamantine in the transducer and see what we can do with that.
Although we only have black water and
Acid.
acid, both of which were suggested against.
What about the meteorite chunk?
It's supposedly useless.
I mean, one's negatively indicated, the other one is neutrally indicated. So, I mean, we have the materials. We might as well do something with them.
Well,
right?
the adamantine's not negatively. The adamantine had potential. It just. Yeah.
So, adamantine?
Sure.
Okay. Alright, adamantine is in the reagent flask.
I put KO40H in because that was the one related to the adamantine.
So, catalyst, we can black water or acid, neither of which sounds great.
I am kind of curious what the Blackwater did, but I don't know.
You want to try the black water?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's recreate
Okay.
this experiment.
Now with tissue flask, let's put in the navigator flesh sample. Let's just say fuck it, why not?
I don't even see that sample as an option.
Okay, let's do the normal flesh then.
Where is the navigator sample?
It's in the thing, same thing as the flesh sample. You not?
I see the.
Okay, in the top.
I see it now. Wait, no, that's the flesh sample. I don't see the.
Okay, cat.
Yeah.
In the top, those like 4, 8 buttons along the top.
Mm-hmm.
Third to last. Notable. Third to last.
Yeah. All I see is flesh sample.
That's weird. Okay, here. What about?
Now I see the navigator flesh sample.
Okay, and if I take it out.
Yeah, now I see it, but I wasn't before.
That's weird. So since this is likely to blow up, do we just want to use the normal flesh sample and then try everything on the navigator flesh sample?
Let's put the let's go to the navigator flesh sample.
Cool. I'm going to back away.
It doesn't give the option.
Keep your wits about you.
And we've got the Navigator flesh sample.
Oh, maybe you can only use it once. Weird.
I mean, it was
For the
acting like
record,
to be able to use it more.
yeah. For the record, I do remember this before. This is not quest important. It's just something to make like fancy consumables.
Ah,
Once, I think. There's like several different ways you can combine stuff for different
Is there
kinds of
money to
things.
be made?
There's no right answer.
I feel like the mutated flesh is why it has the penalty to toughness.
Possibly. But 10 penalty to toughness is not super bad. In fact, actually, I'm going to suggest that. Where's the consumables? Everyone equips one of them.
Okay.
And, like, not to use it unless we're, like, in a situation where toxic damage is fucking us up.
Mhm.
I won't let it define me.
Failed. You're
Shit.
fatigued.
Permanent. It's only removed at the end of combat. If needed outside of combat, visit the void ship to remove.
Yep, but I picked up Invigorate, so nope.
Yay.
Okay, quick save. See if Felk has anything different to say. If not, then we go turn on the elevator and try it.
Yeah. Pelicorcelio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged. And there is some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well? Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Indira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder, then starts mumbling. Crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they fall at the slightest touch, one hiding a blind man, another a traitor.
So Adira strikes me as the Malkavian from Vampire the Masquerade
Uh-huh.
Bloodlines. She's saying absolutely crazy shit, but if you can read through it, you might get a clue as to what's happening.
I like the fourth option. Thank you. I don't understand a single word. Or three. Thank you. Everything is clear now.
Ignore the psyker.
Tell me, what paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. Tragedy? Tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who?
40K.
Who do you see behind the masks? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Thank you. Everything is clear now. Ah, whoops. I clicked on the other one.
That's alright, same difference.
I just slightly shifted my mouse by accident, and it was just enough for it to switch. The situation has enough problems without your sorcery, psyker. Felek waves Adira off and looks at you expectantly. I have many questions regarding what happened on the station.
True.
You think they are worth the life of my mistress? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found in the station? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station's servants call Lady Cassia. For the commoner's dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? Senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there were 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen your Act 5 and our noble line. I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station's systems. But Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after. Or Felix's stern face twists in disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself.
Here's the thing. I don't trust him, but I don't really want to fight him.
I listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient toward them, purposely neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. Keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. I have a new option.
Mm-hmm. Accuse him?
Yep. Enough lies, Felix. I'm certain that you are the one behind this coup. Felix nods wearily. I suppose it is time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you've got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms, an ally of Tisiphone and her monster? You cursed child who has tormented the navigators of House Orselio for years? Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen.
I mean, 2, also.
Yeah, like, you could not be more wrong. But the idea of destroying your house becomes more appealing with every word you say.
Also, 3 is fair. Like, I really couldn't give less of a shit. Give me a navigator. I don't really want to attack him. I disdain the man.
What are you babbling about? I know nothing of this Tisiphone or monsters of any kind. You do not? Felix hesitates for quite a while. In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception in my earlier behavior. I had no intention of making an enemy of Von Valencia's heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orselio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant, but it is not her relation to Tisiphone that is terrifying. She is a monster whose powers drive servants insane in mere turns. But you talking in terms of the game mechanics now? In mere turns?
Turn of the planet.
A cursed child who can kill a navigator from the Orselio bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me. And at long last, I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth.
I mean,
So he killed the child?
Child's still alive.
Oh, wait, who'd he kill?
But he,
No, I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last I rid my house of the curse.
Got her imprisoned upstairs or something?
Um, and he described her as,
But like we went into the computer and the computer said child was alive.
yeah, I'm confused. Uh, that's an interesting idea.
Uh-huh. Let's take the monster on our ship.
I mean, she sounds powerful. We could use that.
Yeah. And it helps get her away from the station.
If your cursed child agrees to become my navigator, I will gladly rid you of this burden. You do not understand. This is. Felix stops mid sentence, makes a brief pause, and then nods to himself. You are correct. This may work. It certainly is possible. You are going to need this charm. Felix hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch, no matter how long you hold it in your hand. If you manage to press it against the monster's skin, whether by force or by guile, the baleful influence of her powers will recede. You will be able to take her and leave the station. Items received: glowing stone. A rough,
No
precious
polar
stone
form.
lacking a setting. It is always cold to the touch.
Yeah, it's some word fuckery.
End
All
dialogue.
right. Let's go see the monster.
Yes. I'm going to quick save.
Rise to the top.
Go
Leave
up.
it left in the dust.
The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming soul-smothering power. Willpower test succeeded.
Oh. Oh, it was easy as fuck. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, also, I do willpower tests using my fellowship.
Well, it wasn't yours. It was Adira's because she
Oh.
has a higher willpower.
Okay. You are enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers to your chest, or in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from the station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Continue. Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, ow, ow! As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her! You did, Adira. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head and her white hair veils her face.
You have a 100% chance on persuasion and coercion.
Grief. We have 70 persuasion and 75 coercion.
Impossible to fail either one.
And then there's an iconoclast option that I don't have access to.
Mm-hmm. Also, you can tell Argenta to just kill her.
I'm gonna go with persuasion. Lady Cassia, I'm here to help you. Please calm yourself.
You have a portrait. Alcat tells me this means you're important.
Persuasion test succeeded. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? Are you... Who are you?
I'm a fucking noble bitch. A noble rogue trader.
Now I'm going with the first one.
Bitch. Man up.
No.
Okay.
Lesporide von Valancius. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features, and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Lesporide. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child? Throne preserved. Despite his vulnerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly, sweet scent assaults your nostrils as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside its decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orcelio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the Whisperers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. I have a 100% chance on both.
Yeah. I will say, this is the first chapter. Skill tests are easy.
Mm-hmm. I'm also just, like, I've fucking been maxing my fellowship, so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felic's surface. So who are you? Lesporide von Valancius, rogue trader.
Oh, make Abelard do it.
Yeah.
Yes!
Her ladyship rogue trader, Lesporide von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends her greetings.
Having somebody to introduce you in such an awesome, epic way is just, why not do it?
Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orcelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is this? What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orcelio. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft, Adira mutters under her breath.
Adira, your head will fucking explode if you look at the warp the wrong way. Get out of my sight.
I want to know what happened between you and Felic.
I mean, Philip
I know.
is a traitor.
Felic is my wayward student. He came to Yurik 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house. our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novitors, Tisiphone or Celio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novitor's throne. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the... I didn't read them softly. Looking at the unconscious young woman with reverence.
8. Fuck this place. Give me Cassia. I'm out.
Five also. I've had enough of this navigator feuding. That's it. I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about being a rogue trader. It's not like other games where it's like, oh, I have to help this barony because I need their help. It's like, we need the navigator, but we can just take the navigator. We don't actually give a shit about these people. We can just jet if we want.
How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice, trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. So is he the one that tried the acid?
Maybe.
Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aranto, acting head of House Orcelio in the Cronus Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her soldiers. Felix said that the child is a monster, a legacy of tyranny that must be wiped out. And you believe him? After everything he has done to the station, Felix only wishes to dispose of the heir and take the reins in his blood-stained hands. Do not besmirch Lady Cassia's good name. The child is the holiest and most innocent creature in this entire station. Ow. You are talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There's a Medicaid deck on my ship. But Theobald only shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Urak 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. Okay, so he's an idiot.
Going down with the ship?
It's not a ship. It's a station.
It's a very slow-moving ship.
I believe I have made my decision. Because I have no choice at this point, apparently. But to make my decision. Is that so? Please share your thoughts. Okay, 2 just seems dumb.
Yeah, he's gonna die soon anyway.
Honestly, kind of tempted by 4. at this point.
Up to you. I will kill whoever you tell me to kill.
Um,
And praise the throne, we seem to be close. So I will very quickly get into melee range. But there is very little cover here.
yeah.
Most of the cover seems to be behind us,
And then
which also seems to be where the enemies are.
we might have to fight Felix also.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, honestly, 3 seems like it'd probably have the same effect as 4
Yeah.
in starting a fight, but 4 presumably gives us a, like, better initiative or something at least.
Well, if we do 3, we'll have to fight Theobald. But one of the things we said with Felic is, look, if we help you solve this issue, we'll take Cassia away with us.
Mhm.
So we won't have to fight Felic if we do 3.
We won't necessarily have to fight Felix if we do 4.
Maybe.
He's not up here for this.
I honestly don't know. Yeah, I honestly don't know.
Okay, unlike Baldur's Gate, can't quick save while in the in dialogue.
Conversation, yeah.
So we'd have to. So it would require redoing the whole
it
dialogue if we reload, but we do have a quick save before all this if we decide.
I'm not
we need
making,
to.
I say I'm not worried about making rash decisions and then living with consequences. We can do that. That's fine.
Yeah. All right. Let's. I'm sick of this station. I'm taking Cassia, and you and Felix shall suffer a less enviable fate. Rash words that will cost you your life. The old navigator balls his fist. The veins on his arm bulge black, and his third eye opens. To me, defenders of the child, duty calls us now. I mean, the main reason we might need to reload from the quick save is if, we die.
I mean, he's got 89 HP. Evil Premonition, the first enemy that attacks this creature in the current round will be cursed for 2 rounds. Wonderful. And he also has Ever Bleeding Wound. That's wonderful. So we got a bunch of nerds behind us.
I'm going to take cover here from the people behind us.
Okay, so that guy has an auto gun. That guy also has an auto gun. And that guy also has an auto gun. So they have 3 auto guns behind us. In front of us, guard has a las gun. And a las pistol, but a healer. As well as Ursilio, who just has a staff, but he also has Soul Gaze, Visions of Triumph. Oh wow, that's a bit of a bitch.
He has Ever Bleeding Wound.
Yep. That probably sucks for him, but...
Well, I've got Argenta positioned, figuring on just trying to take out the guys behind us. ASAP.
Do you
there's
want
also a guy
Avalor to
right
help with
here.
that or no? Yeah.
Actually.
Do you want Abelard, okay, to go back and help with the autogun people back there, or stay up here?
I was looking to see. We did not get favorable initiative.
No, we didn't.
Like, we didn't get any benefit by starting the fight. Well, I was thinking I'm gonna have Lasporide use her Melta gun on Theobald and the Medicaid.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to have Sardine go and start off on the side. Oh, that's not Sardine.
Yeah, I'll have Argenta and Adira start off with trying to kill the people behind us. Which at least one of them will possibly die before he gets a chance to go.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good with my positions.
Ow.
I must not falter.
My faith strengthens me.
A temporary setback.
Ow.
Break their morale.
Onward!
My faith shields me.
Okay, so the Medicaid is going next, and then the defender up front, and then one of the defenders in back.
I think I need to use Medicaid thing on Lasparde to heal her.
Possibly.
Yeah, I'm
Let
gonna
me
do
tend
that.
to your wounds. I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
Oh, she still has 2 AP.
Actually, that's pretty good. I don't know how it's 0% on him, but I'm gonna do this instead of the guys behind us with her. It's because she's in a really good position to do that.
Eradicated.
Oof.
Alright. Well, I did some damage to Theobald, and I killed the person that was right next to Argentina. Or Argenta. Next to Argentina.
Yeah, but that
Argenta.
marked her as a high priority target. So she's probably going to just get slaughtered.
Well, then I'm going to...
Give her dodge bonus.
Yeah. And then... Let's check some options. Can't lightning anyone that'll actually bounce to anyone else.
So in that case, use Psychic Shriek. Do it on the Medicaid, maybe?
There's also this defender over here that hasn't acted yet.
If you roll high, you could one-shot him, but it is not likely. Meanwhile, if you do lower the HP on the Medicaid, Saradini might be able to do some good damage to it.
I can increase the exploits on someone before I blast them.
Mm-hmm. That might be enough to kill the guy in the back.
Yeah, I think it would be.
Anything else?
Nope, not quite. But if I do the
Do the psychic shriek on that guy.
yeah, it's still
He's got
not
15
guaranteed to
H.
kill, but it is much more.
Well,
It can.
Yeah, it's more likely.
What an unfortunate
Yep.
turn of fate.
Follow my lead.
Ooh,
Stay vigilant.
nice.
Well, you know what to do.
It's as good as done.
Buff the fuck out of someone. Voice of command, then bring it down.
I'll see to it personally.
Are you in range for Inferno Blast before? Never mind.
Oh.
Desynchronization was detected. Open the cooperative mode window to restart the game? Question mark.
Yep. Connect. That was weird.
I mean, overall, this has been a fairly stwe co-op experience.
Especially considering I'm also streaming, and we've had less stable experiences in MMOs.
Okay, ready up.
Or like when we were first doing Dark Tide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, burst fire question mark?
So I could technically have her move if I used running gun.
Yeah, but that gives you a -10 ballistic skill just to
Yeah,
move.
no, it's not worth it here, but that is something that I can do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Depending on how effective the burst fire is, if it's not going to be very effective, what you could do is you could rapid fire and then single shot, and then when it's her turn, she can burst fire, because rapid fire should still be up.
Well, the burst fire here is hitting the Medicaid, but should be able to pierce through to the guy behind.
Right.
So.
By the way, I like how you were going to
this,
wipe out the guys in the back, and I was going to go for the guys in the front, and
this
they're
is better.
all like 9.
And then it just kind of not that.
Yeah.
Well, plans never survive the first encounter with the enemy.
Also, I like how I have literally the last 2 initiative slots in the whole fucking
Faith
match.
without deeds.
You can move if you want.
Each strike is a prayer.
I was hoping it would pierce, but it didn't.
If not me.
Ah, not enough to kill. Wow, that guy just doesn't want to die.
I'll brush this off.
Follow my lead.
Weapon at the ready. Follow my lead.
Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' ability to perform attacks with ranged weapons. Pistols and shotguns are an exception to this rule, so those can be fired at point-blank range.
Third and A stopped the ranged guy from firing.
Nice.
Yeah, just rapid fire and burst fire is facing.
Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act.
And now her clip's empty.
Yep. Sport ain't needs this, actually.
But of course, was that you? Or
Grief.
Yeah, it's probably a
22 damage.
yeah.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally.
Kill the guard commander that's next to Sardine.
Yeah, I was looking at it. Could kill Theobald, but it will kill the guard commander.
Will do.
And give Sardine Finest Hour.
Nice. You should be able to go over there and take out Theobald, right?
Yeah.
You should feel honored to witness this.
Especially if I get to do... Oh. Hold on a second. Whee! You motherfucker.
He's just like, fuck you.
Is Argenta considered adjacent to Sardine?
Yes.
All I can do is apologize.
How dare you strike at the Emperor's faithful?
Jeez.
Okay. Sorry.
Your corrupt way has failed you.
Here, let me make it up to you. Aren't you glad you gave the extra turn to the fucking whatever it is I am? Hold on. Blade Dancer. Hey, that's what Argenta gets for running up into melee. That's all I'm gonna say. If you can shoot the guy way out there.
I can't hit the guy way out yonder, but I can get rid of the guy next to Abelard.
Yeah, that may make a difference. I don't know.
You never stood a chance.
Did I hit Abelard? Huh?
No. No,
yeah,
you didn't.
I was aiming it so that it would spread just past him to just miss him. Like, very precise flamethrower.
Huzzah!
I took care of this one.
Charge is so good.
What have you done? Don't touch me. I will manage on my own.
Yeah, she may not like us for this.
Oh, she just walked over to me.
I will lead us to fortune.
Don't touch me. I will manage on my... Yeah, she is mad, but...
Thrice Pioneer's Bracers. Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by -5 for 2 rounds. Stacks up to 6 times. That feels like a Blade Dancer thing.
Nice.
Also improved Enforcer Light Armor. Light Armor, 20% armor. So it's like the Carapace chestplate.
Improved Enforcer Light Carapace.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So that can go on Idira, that can go on...
It's as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes.
Oh, you and Idira can wear the improved Enforcer Light Armor.
While no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trough with dried fruit and fresh water. Staff of Arcelio Guardian. Can't be equipped by this character.
What character are you currently on?
Idira.
Maybe it's just
it can only be used by Navigator.
Ah. That's just gonna be a Cassia thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make it happen.
You use the adaptive antidote.
Huh?
Did you use the adaptive antidote?
By accident, because I hit F1, because I'm used to those being ways you select people to be controlling them
Always keep
in
your
other
eye
similar
on the
games,
prize.
and in this, it's the fucking items.
Oh well. They aren't that important.
Other stuff.
All right.
Luxurious
should be
feast
it.
was left untouched.
Let us save and boogie.
Lady Navigator's private library is brimming with essays, novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium.
Let us not dawdle.
Right to the lower level. It is kind of nice that we actually just full heal between or after combat.
Mm-hmm.
Rogue Trader, you came back. You hear equal parts confusion and frustration in Felix's voice, and dragged this monster along. Good. Cassia flinches at the navigator's words and clenches her fists. Her sharp nails dig deep into her soft skin, drawing blood. Cassia's face, however, remains dispassionate. Traitor.
We don't want Felix. We want Cassia.
And that wasn't my bargain wasn't for Felix to be my navigator anyway.
Well, address Cassia then.
Be silent, monster. Is it not you who has been tormenting your subjects all this time? What are you talking about? I am Cassia Arcelio, one of the heirs of House Arcelio. I am not a monster, and I will have you know that I have never tormented anyone. I've spent my entire life on Urek 5 in the company of Felix and Theobald, and both remain in good health up to this day. Cassia nods at Felix angrily. I do regret it now. I see the acid green rings of deception constricting you. Felix's been lying to you, just like he's been lying to me this entire time. Oh yes, about that. Felix Arcelio shrugs awkwardly. Forgive me, this little lie, Rogue Trader. You served the noble cause of liberating House Arcelio like no other, for which I will forever be grateful. We could have become close friends in another life. Liars like you, sir, do not deserve to call themselves friends of the dynasty. Abelard reaches for his weapon. Not that anyone has extended such an honor to you. However, the house's reputation must not be jeopardized by your testimony. The girl is a curse on all of Arcelio. She is the legacy of Tisiphone, a beast who kept the entire house chained with fear, killing indiscriminately for any trace of dissent, and to break the shackles of her tyranny. It is nothing personal, I am sure you understand. The eye on the navigator's forehead opens wide. Hide behind Cassie. What a coincidence. I was not going to let you go either.
Yeah.
The words get stuck in your throat and your hands refuse to obey. The hatred of Felix overwhelms your entire being. How could he? How dare he betray you? His mentor, his house. You hear a woman scream as if from afar, and the veil of others conjoining emotions fades. You think I am a monster, Felix? Fine. Have it your way. Excuse you, sir.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Did you see
Oh,
that?
wow.
None of
Wow.
you shall survive.
Wait. Who are we fighting?
The rest of his guards.
Okay.
Cassia is neutral.
Yeah. But did you see that one guard just walk right through her?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, dude, that's just rude.
Okay. Well,
Did she outright kill him? Yes, she just straight up killed him. So that's one enemy eliminated. Um.
There appears to be 3 on the left, 4 on the right. Well, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, 1 technically in the middle.
At least we have better initiative here.
A little bit. I still don't go till the fucking end. These... What the hell determines initiative other than agility? And my character has a decent agility. You've got 40. Oh, I've got 40 as well. What the hell? Well, why don't I go with 40? A fucker.
I think there
well,
is something random to it.
There is, but I keep going fucking last. Anyways, you can chain lightning people. Rather, you can expose weakness and then chain lightning if you want.
I'm just looking at what my targeting options are for it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if I analyze enemies, I make them take more damage from me.
Whatever you do, don't hit Cassia.
I don't think I actually can. At least not bouncing it to her. As far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
I can make her my servant.
No.
Wait. That means I should be able to... I can give her extra turns.
Okay. Voice of command and bring it down. See what happens.
It's as good as done.
You serve me.
On it. I'll make it happen.
Worth. That didn't move the veil degradation. No, pop someone with your gun.
I'm disappointed I can't hit both of these people at the same time with it.
Are you able to maybe like move across the way and get a better angle or something?
Sure, if I want to hit Adira instead.
No. You do need to take your turn, though. I don't have like anything amount of time tonight.
I'm working on it.
Face the navigator's might.
That works. We can
You give another turn to Iridia.
Eh,
Adira, rather. I guess scream and kill that guy.
I was actually click on the ability.
No, what are you doing?
What?
I
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to it right. Sorry.
That's fine. Just end the turn.
It's more just not being entirely used to the abilities still, or the way stuff works still. Sorry. Wasn't
Or analyze
thinking
enemy.
correctly. Yeah, I was just looking to see who to throw it on real quick.
Follow my lead. Through pain and hardship, we prove our devotion.
Yeah, just wake me up when you're done.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Faith without deed, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it.
Okay. Abelar's turn.
Come on. Hmm. End the turn as soon as possible.
Will do.
I'm just confused by what you said.
I'm just waiting for this to end because I want to go to bed.
Taking calculated risks.
And I'm just
is my
frustrated by the
second
fact that
nature.
my turns are always last.
How low can a man sink in the pursuit of power? Is your hatred of me really so strong, Felix?
Cassia's ruby eyes fill with bloody tears as she looks the traitor in the face, and your heart is racked by unbearable grief. She's good.
Yeah. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Cassia looks sorrowfully at the destruction around her.
What are you going to do to me?
One or two. Don't give her up to House Orcelio.
Lady Cassia, I, Lasporide von Valancius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Your Act 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orcelio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
More people.
The Lady Navigator ponders your words for a short while.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orcelio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Ignore the inferno blast floating above my head.
Yeah. Definitely not heretical.
See. Tactical goggles plus 5% chance hit chance plus 3% to critical hit chance.
That'll be good for anyone, honestly.
Yeah. Deadshot stub revolver.
That's a sniper pistol.
Staff of House Orcelio. And armored body glove. Ratobi pattern lasgun.
Has a little bit higher damage than the normal las gun. No armor penetration. Normal las gun has 5%. Other than that, it seems to be about the same. So a point more damage for a point less armor pen.
I always keep my options open.
All right. Let's blow this popsicle stand.
What about the tactical goggles on Argenta?
That makes the best sense.
I always have a backup plan.
Wait.
Color the
We have
uncovered.
Cassie in the party now.
Yeah, let's deal with that when we get back on the ship, though. Because that'll involve reading through all her abilities, figuring out what to level up.
With pleasantries.
I have no idea what just happened, but Everything's on fire.
Is there
You
money
pressed
to be made?
F1 with her, and she had a fire grenade equipped.
Apparently. Whoops.
Yeah.
Why do people keep giving me grenades? It has never been a good idea. I'm pretty sure that's not even the first time I've hit you with a grenade.
Could be worse. Could be a blade dancer going, Argenta's adjacent, right? Oh well. Good luck. 6 attacks, hits her with 4 of them. Okay.
Stab, stab, stab. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of nausea.
Unease.
You decide not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassia or Celio's powers.
Yep. So she's just free-balling her powers.
Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the woman whose fame, my illustrious glory made me famous far beyond the bounds of my home system, is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Urac 5 long before we ever met. It truly is you, Lesporide, the person the whole Expanse and Calixis sector are talking about, and now a rogue trader as well. After a few seconds' hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. Yeah, I convinced her to leave on of her own free will.
Mm-hmm.
I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uve served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. Two very similar things.
She's just a girl.
His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board. But no red. We should have crushed the meteorite.
Possibly.
Why do you refuse red paint? Cassia gestures toward the servant standing beside her. Uve will give of his blood before the ritual, as always.
Okay.
I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods and thinks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me, if you can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is open.
Udis.
Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. When in doubt, save.
Yep.
When not in doubt, save. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uve. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above, forming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again.
I would not recommend
Yeah.
asking her questions and distracting her.
Leave the
Oh
Lady
my God,
Navigator
no.
undisturbed.
Yeah.
Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two. My sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station, your Act 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykad system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis nobility bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Profit factor 2 will be gained if I do the third one.
Okay, so let me explain what profit factor is.
Mhm.
There's two factors to buying stuff from merchants. One
Mhm.
is all of the cargo we have, we can trade to them, and depending on what type of cargo it is, different factions want different things, and it will increase our reputation with them. And the reputation, in order to buy a certain thing, we need to have the reputation matching that, and we
Mhm.
also need a profit factor matching that, or higher. Profit factor doesn't go down from buying things. It is like orders of magnitude of wealth. Not literally, but like if you have
Mhm.
profit factor 2, you have enough money that you can buy as many of stuff that's profit factor 1 and 2, and it doesn't make a dent in your finances, sort of thing.
Mhm.
Um, there's several decisions in the game that increase profit factor, some optional, some mandatory. There's also things you can do that will lower it.
Mhm.
But there's a limited amount of profit factor in the game. So it's very tempting to recommend just straight up its profit factor, grab it. But the gather any components that may be of use on the ship, I don't know. That might be interesting as well.
I
But
assume that's like stuff that I can equip to the ship.
possibly. Yeah, ship equipment. But you can also buy ship equipment for stuff that is unlocked via profit factor, as well as everything else. So
Yeah.
profit factor is probably the better choice.
Like there might be some kind of unique ship equipment that can be gotten this way, but it
But
also
considering it's
doesn't
so
give
early in the game, it's likely not to be
and
game changing.
and it doesn't really give any information on that. So yeah, I'm gonna go with loot everything from jewelry to the very last manuscript.
Yep.
As you command, Lord Captain. Profit factor gained 2.
Yeah, if you don't go to Urek 5 first, you cannot loot Urek 5.
I now have a profit factor of 12.
Yep, start off with 10.
With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engine Seer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich von Kalix, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain he was not on Urak 5, so we should keep this in mind when making any future plans. I do find the first one amusing.
Sure, go ahead.
Nah, I wasn't going to go with it, I just find it amusing.
Mhm.
Thank you, Vegas. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain.
Okay. So things that need to be done. Dash repair station is also important. As far as Rycat and Minoris, I heavily recommend we go for the Engine Seer first. But before we do all that, we should probably go talk to Cassia, see how she's doing, level her up. Also decide.
I'm gonna set Cassia as the Master of Etherics
Hmm,
because
good point.
Adira is better for Warp Channeler.
Um,
Well, unless you want to be Warp Channeler and we put Adira on Shield Master because she's technically better at that now than you.
yeah. Yeah.
Right, you're a Warp Channeler.
Okay. But before we do any of that, well, first off, I would like to say I have 2 characters, you have 3, so maybe I take over Cassia. I don't know. But before we do that, uh, we should save and stop. I need to go to bed.
And yeah, you're gonna get a third character. Just have to figure out which one.
I'm gonna be honest. I will throw Adira into the fucking garbage disposal.
What's wrong with Adira?
I'm not a fan. Unsanctioned psyker nonsense. And the class that she is, operative, the Engine Seer Prime is also an operative, and I think that character plays operative better than Zira. But okay, I'm going to bed. Good night.
I saved. Good night.